No, I hadn't seen it. I hadn't seen it.
Oh, she pulls out this. You gotta watch.
No, I hadn't seen it.
I'll show you. I'll show you what she does. Kleenex. Pulls out this Kleenex. She looks around. She's got to clean it because she's trying to cry and everything else. She's acting the part, right. And it's kind of during a break, right? So it's not like when she's nobody's really paying a whole lot of attention, but she knows the cameras are on her. She pulls out this Kleenex, right, and she goes like this, and she looks at it, and then she goes, and she like. Legit, bro. Legit. Like she holds one nostril.
People, these people are wild. Oh my God.
On the stand. She's on the witness stand.
During the Johnny and Amber trial. Like, what is going on in the world today?
Bro. Anybody who knows anything is like, she just did a bump in a fuck that shit. She's on the witness stand right next to the fucking judge. She's on the stand.
You can throw the book at her, man. God damn. What the hell, bro? Now I've been hearing some wild things from that story, man. But it's like, I don't know. There's always two sides to a story. I vote like, I don't know. I'm always kind of biased because, of course, I'm a guy, but guys don't always get the best and fairest treatment. But
she's a psycho.
No. She definitely comes across as one.
The psychologist even said so. Like, she's a psycho, bro. No, this girl's on a whole other level, right? Yeah. This is like, oh my God, brother. Oh my God. Again, Johnny is by no means a perfect human being.
He's not innocent, but Lord.
But no, nothing he ever did ever deserved any of things that he went through, bro. Like, straight up. Like, every time it got physical, he left. He left. He was out.
Yeah.
And then she had the gall to tape record the conversations like she was gonna get away with it. And she's goading him. Go tell the world, Johnny. Go tell everybody that Johnny Depp got abused. Go tell them. See who they believe. Oh, bro, she's right on there mocking it.
Yeah, I mean, because she knows, bro. She knows how that shit goes. And that's the part I feel like we can't always have an honest conversation about because it's such a one-way conversation. If you try to take it the other way, it goes completely off the deep end and people lose focus on the topic, right? And I'm trying to talk about it as far as because we are live, but I'm always also trying to talk about it from a very objective standpoint, right? Without getting too deep into it, because I mean, different people are going to feel differently. It's just like the same thing with the Joe versus Roe thing. Not Joe versus Roe. Fuck.
Roe versus Wade.
Thank you, God. I don't know why. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking about. I was thinking about Joe Rogan and Dwayne Wade. I don't know what the fuck I was talking about. But yeah, it's kind of the same thing with that, where it's an open conversation to have for sure. But again, if you're so locked into one side, it might be hard to have the conversation. And that's another one of those that it's a conversation that definitely needs to happen at some point. And I would say would just need to continue to happen so that everybody has a understanding. Again, it's kind of hard to work through it all because what's right and what's wrong, you know what I mean? But there's some morality things there too, I guess, you know what I mean? Especially when you have somebody antagonize you on video, on recording, when you're one of the most popular actors of our time. Like, I don't know. It's just crazy to me, man. It's the lengths that people go to destroy people's characters. It's such an amazing thing to me, like, especially when you're famous. It just proves to me, hey, look, when you're famous, when you got a bunch of money, you don't escape the shit that you dealt with when you didn't have money. It just turns into rich problems then at that point. You dealing with, now you got lawyers involved. Now you got, but you get to dress nice to court, you know? It's just funny to me that it's even being recorded. Like, they're in court and you're watching it on TV.
Yep.
Like, that is still absurd to me. Like, again, if that doesn't tell you how jaded how fucked up our country is, I don't know what else. Because bro, You're literally giving up all of your private and personal shit when you're a celebrity. I swear, I couldn't be famous, man. I like to be known, but I don't know if I want to be famous.
Right.
That's just the whole different thing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're still getting some things set up back here in the background. I do want you guys to know, again, welcome to Living Splitscreen, Saturday morning podcast. I'm covering everything that's going on in industry for those who are here live with us. So I greatly appreciate you guys. I do have some Batman Arkham City gameplay. No, not Arkham City, Arkham Asylum gameplay today. Excuse me. I told you guys it was coming. I already have it pre-recorded. I've been treading some fine waters here recently. I did get into some Sniper Elite 4. And I'm kind of up and down about the game. I think the first time I tried to play it on too hard of a difficulty, not knowing nothing about the game. And yeah, that wasn't a good experience. So I went back and I started over. I was only about maybe 30 minutes in, but I went back and started over. There's something about the game that's really off to me as far as like fluidity goes. But maybe it's just because I haven't put enough time into it yet. Again, I'm only a couple hours in, maybe. I'm still on the first level, like, you know, on the story. So it's like, and I'm trying to do it a certain way. So it's like running and gunning. I'm not trying to run a gun. I'm trying to really snipe. I'm also trying to learn how the bullet drop is in this game, because I'm trying to kind of approach it like Battlefield, and it's not quite that either. So it's like I'm trying to find that perfect blend. Also using the breathing technique so you can get those shots in, because it brings that diamond up, makes it getting those headshots a little bit easier. There's a lot of attractive qualities to it. Actually, and this game does have co-op from what I could tell.
It does.
Also, what was the other thing? It also has multiplayer, and I didn't know that. And that's really unfortunate. The fact that it doesn't have like enough, I don't know, recognition or enough name or enough, I don't know. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe the multiplayer isn't that great. Usually that's what that tells me. When you don't hear about a multiplayer, you don't hear, especially within the community, you're in a gaming community, and nobody, when they're speaking about multiplayer games, brings up Sniper Elite. They're like, yeah, man, go play Sniper Elite. It's great. No, nobody's saying that. Like, so that makes me kind of really like standoffish. So hopefully 5 is able to grab some of that attention. It does look like it will. Again,
it's time.
Sniper Elite 4 has some good things going for it, but it's hard for me to speak on because I don't have enough time into it.
Yeah, no, that's cool, brother. It might not be the game for you. Like it like Sniper Elite it's not AAA, it's AA, it's Rebellion. You know, they've always, but like again, that kind of action, because you can do it any way you want to, right? But obviously it's better to be stealthy. It's better to be, you get more points, all that good stuff, right? And it just takes a while to probably get used to it, especially for somebody like you who doesn't, you know, necessarily play a ton of single player. So there's like certain things that you're looking for in a game that maybe Sniper Elite just won't do it for you, which totally fine. I just think I think from a stealth standpoint, sniper standpoint, it's underrated compared to a lot of the other games out there. Not that there's a huge amount, because again, not everybody's all about that, like slow going, set up your shots, like, you know.
And I think it might be a little bit deeper than that. I think what's really putting it in a disadvantage, or maybe why it's not getting as much recognition as it does, is that the sniping is very I like the style, because it's like a mix between a Splinter Cell type game and a Mortal Kombat. It's like if you mix them both together, because that's really literally what it does. I like the animation, like when you put the bullets into somebody, it's dope as hell to see where that bullet goes and see how it destroys their skeletal structure and their fucking flesh and everything. That shit is dope as hell. But I think what it is the game's kind of taking itself too seriously, to where it's like, that would be cool, but what if you had something there that made it more, and I guess it's probably if you make it easier, if you put it on an easier setting, it might incorporate that. But maybe make the bullet drop not as dramatic, right? Especially for an indie game, like It's just because not everybody's going to be into that, right? Like you expect that in Battlefield, but you don't expect that in like sometimes in games like this. I guess if that makes any sense.
You saw that you can adjust your range and stuff too, which adjusts for the bullet drop.
Yeah.
Okay.
I did see that.
Because that's like one of the first things, like, because when you try to hit some of those long shots, if you aren't adjusting your range, it's like you got to aim up in the sky to hit them too.
Right, yeah, exactly.
It's stupid.
And I also got I got the first sniper in the game, like, and I'm not expecting for it to be the greatest thing in the world.
It's World War II too.
Exactly, and I do, even for World War II, I know there's better snipers that they have there. And I know you get attachments and things. Do you get suppressors in the game?
So, well, not on the sniper. Try to think on a sniper if you get suppressors or not.
I mean, I guess so,
but you got it on your pistol. You got it on your pistol.
Pistol, okay.
Yeah, the pistol you can do, stealth shots.
Okay,
sure.
Okay, that's dope. That's dope, man.
Yeah.
That makes it up. So that's exactly it. It's definitely like a Splinter Cell, Mortal Kombat type game, which I really like that concept. So hopefully 5 releasing at the end of the month.
You just say Mortal Kombat?
Yeah, because it has that like the fatality kind of.
You're talking about the you're talking about
not the fighting or nothing
I was like, whoa, what Sniper Elite are you playing?
It's just because Mortal Kombat's the main game that does that. That looking at the skeletal structure, the over the top physics and everything. But in Sniper Elite, it does the same thing, but it gives you a picture of what it would be like if you got hit with that sniper bullet, right? At least in my mind.
And Sniper Elite 4 introduced different organs too. Right. So you got the heart, you got the liver,
right?
You got all sorts of things. You could shoot their grenade packs too. I don't know if you've done that yet.
No, I haven't shot the grenade packs.
Yeah, they explode. It's freaking amazing.
I've shot some stuff around the environment and set them up like that. And I do like the stealth kills too, like running up on somebody just and you see you poke them in the heart, and I'm like, oh god, yo, this man is ruthless. But no, it's definitely an interesting game for sure.
That's cool, man. That's cool. I'm glad you jumped into it.
Yeah, I've been trying to try it out a little bit. Oh god, camera.
What happened?
I just stepped on the camera.
Well, don't do that. Cameras don't like to be stepped on.
No, that's obvious.
I'm no expert, but just saying.
Let's see. Jacob Novik says, would anybody be okay if future games made by devs after they getting acquired as multiplat, aka future acquisition is fully multiplat?
Don't give a shit.
Yeah, I really don't. I personally don't care. The biggest thing for me, and I guess while we're still in the background and everything, we got a couple more minutes here before we start. I think the biggest thing for me in the vision that I see, regardless, I see things going the way of something like a subscription service. So at that point, I'm not necessarily going to care where that I'm spending money for my gaming, right? Since I see it going that way, whether they make it multiplat or don't make it multiplat, again, you have to make the decision on whether games are for you or not, right? A lot of the times, I'll be the main one to tell you, one game isn't always going to make me buy an entire system. But there are singular games that will make me buy a system, right? So it's just depending on what you want that for, right? That's why I say, hey, I don't see necessarily a reason to get a PS5 right now, because there's not one game that makes me say, hey, I need to get that system for that. It's not about the backlog. That's an addition. And I think that's something that a lot of people miss out on, is that I'm not excited of Xbox's backlog. The heck? I'm gonna have to reset our timer here, Pong, for whichever reason. I don't know why our meeting is timed. That's weird. But I'm gonna reset some things, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna put you back in the intro, so we're gonna start recording. But that's my answer on that. We'll definitely dive into it a little bit more as we get into the show. Hertog, thank you for the love for the shirt, man. Hey, pink, the cherry blossoms, the Asian coach. That's my thing, my guy. So I had to rep. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna kick y'all back into the intro. We're gonna get this show started, and we're gonna get some things reset on the back end. Give us a few moments here. Much love. right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for those who weren't tuned in the backstage, I do want to welcome you to the Living Splitscreen Morning Show. This is episode 55. And not only that, gotta let you guys know we are being hosted and presented by the Midweek Mix-Up Collective. Shout out to those guys over there. Amazing group of gentlemen. Again, if you guys have not checked out CIS 2022, please go in and check that out. I would love for Dutch to do something similar to re-releasing it towards the time of Summer Games Fest or times where these conferences and everything start ramping up. Xbox or Showcase, whatever the case, just to get some more eyes on it, right? I feel like while people are looking for gaming news, it'd be really dope if people were able to see some indies and things. And that's not to say people aren't going to catch wind of it either way. But with that said, for our audio listeners, I want to say thank you for joining us again on another amazing episode of Living Splitscreen. Again, we got a lot of amazing things to get into today, a lot of different angles to take. Jeff Keighley did announce the Summer Games Fest. We also seen Prince of Persia get pushed back even further, and if you saw that original trailer from the remake being done, I don't know if it took a genius to go into the back room and say, "Hey, this doesn't look right."
They should have done that the first time around, Steel. The first time they gave that team another chance, but
again, I don't know if it took a genius to step in, but they're passing it off to a completely different team. So that's not a good sign to me, but I do want Prince of Persia to be done right. The chip shortage is continuing to be a thing. Outriders and Square Enix is definitely going to be a topic today. I do want to get into a little bit of a conversation again, as you see the title on the thumbnail, at least if you're on YouTube joining us. Square Enix has seemingly abandoned the West. At least there could be a lot of different things that could go into that. They could be getting primed for an acquisition, which a lot of people are guessing and leading in that direction. But to me, I think it spells a little bit of a bigger picture, and at the same time, we'll just have to get into that. The other thing too is that there was an article from GamesBeat that came out earlier in the week. Looks like a couple days ago, actually. I appreciate you putting that in there, Pong. There's another great thing I wanted to touch on, because it's something that we always touch on here, is gaming is as healthy as it has ever been. From GamesBeat, they had a report from Newzoo's that came out and said global revenue will surpass 200 billion this year. That is fucking insane. 200 billion this year. Gaming is healthy, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for tuning in. Again, if you're listening on the audio side, or even if you're listening live, you can catch us on YouTube, Spotify, Anchor, Apple Podcasts, Google, any place that you can get an RSS feed or you can get your podcasting content. You can find Living Splitscreen. And I am one of your hosts, Steel Rain, also known Steel Rain the T is a 7 if you want to look me up. And I do, again, today have some live gameplay. Well, not live gameplay, it is pre-recorded, but I do have gameplay. No, I can't do both. Okay. Control the show and do the show. But I do have gameplay for Arkham Asylum going for you guys in the background today. Again, I jumped into the Arkham series here recently again. The only one that I had played was Arkham Knight, so I wanted to kind of go through the trilogy. As you guys can see on screen, Arkham Asylum has held up very well, especially on PC at least, because again, I do got texture mods and everything else in here to actually spruce up the game a little bit more than what you would probably get today on current consoles, because for whatever reason, the Arkham Knight series is not getting a remaster, frame boost, resolution boost, whatever the case may be. And again, hopefully it lines up with my 2024 Batman prediction, but no. The Arkham series definitely needs to be re-released, man. Again, there's so much to look into, and especially when you're following the games, right? I played Arkham Knight, so like going to Arkham Asylum was very jarring. I was like, damn, where's all my moves and shit, and where's my traversal and everything else. It was very apparent. But then going into City, you see how it opens up more. You see how they iterated on the game. Also, Asylum was very linear. Like, it was a very linear game. Like, hey, this is your path. You have these side things, but the game, this is your area. That's it. City, they've definitely opened it up more. It's still kind of limited, but you can tell the amazing thing to me always is seeing how a developer grows from game to game. Especially when you play their last game in their iteration, and then you go back and go through the series, right? It's kind of the same way that I felt about Mass Effect. You saw the differences between 1 to 2 to 3. Again, 2 is still the GOAT for me in that series, but still here or there. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, I do have to introduce one of the most uncanny gentlemen, not only in these YouTube streets, but also as a brother from another to me personally, my guy, Pong Steel. How you feeling, man? How's your week? What you been getting into, man?
Good morning, gamers across the world. That is right. Living Splitscreen back. Thank you all for joining us today. I, of course, am the Pong Steel that Steel just introduced. Look, this is the place to be for your Saturday mornings, your Saturday afternoons. Steel and I are going to get it started because guess what? The industry is exploding.
It is.
This is beautiful. We are starting to see plans that were created years ago. And of course, I'm talking about Xbox here. Years ago, those chess moves are starting to pay off. And for anybody who doubted where this is all headed as far as the cloud goes, let me tell you something. Xbox, Microsoft, they found a willing partner. Right time, right place. That's what it's all about. But it's all that preparation beforehand that brings you to this point, right? They found a willing partner in Epic Games to push the cloud forward and their vision of accessibility for all forward. And we're going to talk about that as well, because that move with Fortnite
That's a big move. That's a big move.
Huge move. Huge move. They are going to crack open the app stores exactly how they saw this going down. We got word from Jez yesterday on Xbox 2 with Rand. Shout out to those two fine gentlemen. Drunk Jez yesterday was hilarious. You guys got to go check that out. But anyways, Jez said that he had actually heard that they were going to do this initiative first with Halo Infinite a couple of years ago, that Halo Infinite would be the first game that cracks into this free-to-play, cloud access everywhere, no Game Pass subscription needed. Incredible move right here by Microsoft. People are they're just not understanding the scope of this. But that's why Steel Rain and I are here every Saturday morning on Living Splitscreen to 100%. Take that RTS view, that satellite view, and get a full picture as we see it of what's going on. And we're going to talk about that. But Steel, this shit is exciting. It is nonstop right now. We are getting, even in these weeks where again, Embracer was huge. Okay. Embracer was a big deal. Yeah. But not earth-shattering, not a ZeniMax deal, not an Activision deal, nothing like that. Not a brand new kind of IP coming out of the blue from one of the big players. Nothing like that. But that, along with all this other little stuff, the stuff that you just kind of hinted at as well, that's what makes this industry the best to cover. Again, we have now gotten to the point where video games, it's like talking sports, because there's always something going on, bro. Even in the off season, there's something going on and there's moves being made. Man, this gets me pumped because, I love this time of the year coming up to E3 showcase season. But it's been a good week, Steel. It's been a good week. I've been off and on, haven't played as much as I normally do this week, so I've been a little bit off there. Just got a lot of stuff going on and the craziness of life. But I actually did because of the Embracer Group deal, because it got me all excited, because Eidos Montreal, we know we're already getting new Tomb Raider, right? We already know that. That was announced. Unreal Engine 5, Crystal Dynamics working on the next Tomb Raider. But Eidos Montreal is sitting on an IP that is beloved but never sold well. And I still don't get to this day why it never caught on the way it should have. Maybe it's the setting, right? Maybe it was the time when it came out. It just wasn't right. But I think they need to bring this back. And I hope Embracer Group, this is one of the first initiatives they put forward for Eidos Montreal, is to bring this back. And that, of course, is Deus Ex. Deus Ex is an absolutely ridiculously good role-playing RPG set in a future cyberpunk-esque kind of world, but dark. It's not the bright, colorful neon, all that we saw in Cyberpunk 2077, etc. Right. It's a dark, muddy world. But Adam Jensen is just absolutely a fantastic character, and that series deserves it. So I went back to the Xbox 360 version. Actually, I went back to Human Revolution, and that game still holds up to this day. Of course, I'm playing it on the 4K OLED. Of course, it gets up-resed a little bit from that or whatever else. It's still in 30 frames, so a lot of people are going to go puke. I can still go back and play 30-frame games. Not all of them, but certain games I can. And this game I can, because this is a stealth RPG. You can play it guns blazing too, but you can go full stealth, right? So you can go either way. But to go back and play this, the story writing in this game is phenomenal. I sent some screenshots to you, Steel. This was made 12 years ago, folks. 12 years ago, which sometimes feels like a long time, sometimes it doesn't feel very long. But if you think about where the world was 12 years ago versus today, totally different place, right? Totally different place. And I sent some stuff to Steel about anytime you play these future games, it's always interesting to read some of the writing, because they do project out if they're trying to set it kind of in a real world. So you get some real world stuff thrown in there, and some of it very relevant to all the stuff happening these days now. And again, just the acting, incredible. It's just so well done. Love Human Revolution, and I can't wait to see if Embracer Group does allow these guys and gals to go back to this franchise, because Adam Jensen should be brought forward. I can't imagine what it would look like current gen with the right time, with the right budget. This could be huge RPG, because things have changed dramatically. Steel. Western RPGs have become a gigantic, probably one of the biggest genres out there right now. And I'd love to see them bring Deus Ex to that scene and see if they can't finally get a big hit, not just critically, because again, you go back and look at Deus Ex reviews. They were excellent reviews. Excellent 8s, 9s. Look, excellent reviews. But if they could bring it forward, they might have a hit on their hands these days, especially just expanding out the world and stuff. So, so I went back. I've been playing some Deus Ex. Also, obviously, as of Thursday, started hitting on 2 new Game Pass games. Citizen Sleeper, which I was looking forward to. Heavily narrative-driven board game style with RPG elements in it, but very narrative driven, more Disco Elysium than anything else. For anybody who's played Disco Elysium, which was critically acclaimed, this game is made by basically one dude. I follow him now on Twitter. Incredible. Not the most complex. It's got a dice rolling system that you use to do actions. There's a little bit more involved in that too, that you got to kind of strategize how you want to use, because you get individual dice and you can only do so many things based upon the dice before you got to go back and sleep. Meanwhile, again, with the story, you're in a you've been placed in a body as kind of a copy of your human self. So you've been placed in this kind of cyborgish body or whatever else, and you were owned by a corporation. You escaped, and now your body is breaking down because, of course, the corporation requires that your body has certain drugs, we'll say, to keep it alive, right? So that you could never do this. So now you're on this old space station that basically has been derelict for a long time, but people living there have kept the space station alive, and you got to kind of fit your way into the community, right? And there's stories and there's detective work to do because there's a bunch of other stuff going on. Kind of almost in a virtual reality cyberspace as well as in the real world. So, and you're trying to find out how you're going to keep yourself alive. There's a lot going on. This game is cool. The graphics are crisp. Absolutely loving everything about this. Again, it's not AAA. This is an indie game made by basically one guy. It's amazing. Go check it out if you're looking for that narrative-driven game. I think you might find something you like in it. And then, of course, Trek to Yomi. I have not put as much time in Trek to Yomi as I would have liked to this point at all. Basically, just got started, kind of got through the main part, the first part of it. Definitely going to be hopping in that this weekend, but man, is that game absolutely gorgeous. I know some people have been complaining about the combat. Personally, as so far, don't have an issue with the combat. We'll see when it gets hectic, how it goes. I know a lot of the reviewers knocked this game down multiple points because of the combat. I have a heart because it's not complex. They said it was simple.
But I've heard different than that too. So that's kind of.
No, I'm just saying. I was reading the reviews, the 6 and 7s out there, and I was like, "How is this game getting 6 and 7s?" And like all of them were like, "Fantastic, gorgeous visuals, brings me back to the old samurai movies." Kurosawa. God, I always forget. Kurosawa? What's his name? Kurosawa? Is it Kurosawa? The old samurai movies. This is perfect, but the combat is not. It's just simple. I heard it was a lot more complex than the people are trying to make it, though. At the same time, and we know how that goes, right? Steel. We've seen that plenty of times. And the other thing that they knocked it down for was it being too short. I'm like, bro, what? Now we're back to that again. Now a game's too short because it's 5 to 6 hours. It's an indie title.
I mean, yeah. I mean, again,
I don't get it. Man.
It comes down to that. Just comes down to value again. I mean, they are charging what, $25 for the game. So I guess it just comes down to value. Some people are going to compare that. People are going to compare it, man. Again, but that's what. That's why I always compare gaming to art, though, because art always holds its own value. And that's the number one place where literally beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And that's why I always compare that to gaming, because it's literally the same thing. And a 6 to 8 hour experience for $25 might be worth it to me and you, but it might not be worth it to somebody who's reviewing the game. Right, especially nowadays, everybody doesn't know what they like or what is value to them, and you know what I'm saying. So
right, I just don't know if it's worth a 3 to 4 point knockdown for those. No, two
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Again, that's what I hate is that again. I've had this rant multiple times on this show about journalism and where it's at right now. And I think that sometimes people just think that they're more important than they really are. Yeah. And sometimes they try to get too cute instead of remembering that we play video games for entertainment. We play video games for fun. And if the game is hitting 4 out of 5 notes and the only thing you've got is, hey, the combat isn't up to par and it's a little too short for my style, even though it is an indie game. Look, I don't know if that's worth 3 to 4 points knocked off. Again, I understand it's just opinion. That's why I say never, use reviews unless you have somebody you absolutely trust as a reviewer that plays games like you do, that enjoys games like you do.
Right. Don't
trust the reviews and play them for yourself. But it still hurts the developer when people see that Metacritic or that Open Critic and it's at a low 70s. Right. People have this stigma against anything under than a high 8 or a low 9. Right. Everybody has this stigma now that all of a sudden low 70s is somehow a inferior game. And this by far, so far, again, I haven't played much. Man, this is not an inferior game. This is a polished game that is absolutely gorgeous. And still, this is like one of the few games that I actually leave the film grain on because it adds to the atmosphere.
It's already in black and white, right?
Yeah, I know, but I know, but you can turn it off. And I do turn off film grain most of the time, but Here, I'm leaving it on because it adds to the flavor. I really enjoy it. So
I would imagine so too. It's already in black and white, so again, they're already doing something differently. So I'd imagine the film grain would add to the aesthetic of it. I'd probably leave it on too, just for that case. I mean, again, you do want to get that true feel. Like I feel like that's the vision of that game, at least partially. But,
for sure.
I agree.
No, but that's pretty much been my week. Obviously NBA's in there as well and that kind of stuff. Got to do my dailies and all that good stuff in there. Otherwise, I probably hit up a couple of other things too. Oh, I did fool around with a little bit more. Oh God, what's the Game Pass game now? Why can't I think of the name? Research. It's that one that popped out, that strategy game that I talked about a couple of weeks ago.
I wouldn't be able to remember.
I know. It's the what is it called? It's called Research and something else. God dang it. Anyways, it's that one where you got to hunt down ghosts and all kinds of supernatural things, and it's a strategy game. It dropped into Game Pass. It's got bright, colorful, cartoonish style graphics, but it is a strategy game. Absolutely loving that game. Really having a good time with it. Open up a couple new weapons and stuff for my characters. Very unique weapons and things. You got to do research. Cool game. So I did pop that in as well. And I'll find the name and I'll shout it out here. But anyways, no, that's been my week though, Steel.
Nice.
Steel, we got a lot of beautiful people in the chat already.
We do got a lot of beautiful people in the chat. And then I'll get a little bit into what my week has been like. But I'm gonna start kind of from top to bottom because I got a shout out: Wandering Dutch, Nix, Jesse B, Casket Repair, the RWK88. What's going on? Tim the Sorcerer, Andrew Cullinane, and Awful Grim Bones. Dick Slayer, Rayoid. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Rick Payne, Parent Pluck. What's going on? Tim the Sorcerer, UK Lad, Lloyd Roughness. What's going on, my guy? I did shout out Nix already. Seeky, what's going on? Hertog Vin X, throw the X's up. Who else we got in here? Dragon R. Yodi, the legend himself. He's been doing some pretty cool, dope things with some photo editing he's been having going on, showing some love to some people in the community. So shout out to you, my guy, because you ain't got to do that, but you're doing it, and that's what I love and appreciate. Vic the Click, what's going on, my guy? Back from the dead, what's popping? Who else we got in here, man? Let's see. If I haven't shouted you out, let me know. Retro Nerd, how you doing, man? Farquaad, what's going on? How you feeling?
Also, he has two accounts. Farquaad does. His other one is my right nut is itchy. So if you see that pop up, that is Farquaad.
Okay, bet. Well, hopefully you got some cream for that. And you get it under control. But nah, I'm playing with you, but that's definitely interesting. Jacob Novik, what's going on? Boba Fett Gaming, how you feeling? Ham Solo, what's going on, man? Hey, if you haven't checked out his content, he also had an interview with Pong. He's been interviewing a lot of great people. Definitely check out Ham Solo's channel on YouTube. He's been getting it in with different people and everything. So if you like one-on-one interviews, get a little bit of a breakdown of the different people throughout the community, definitely hit him up, man. Check out his content. Who else we got here? Dirt Griggity, the PTS guy and the man of the main host of WBG Weebly Green podcast.
And he was on Xbox Ultimate last night with us over on Fun Speculations channel, so go check that out. And Forte showed up too. I know he's not in the chat, but Forte showed up on that show as well. Go check that out. It was awesome show last night. Yeah.
Daddy did, and shout out to those gentlemen. Again, another key people of the community. Love you guys, love y'all, man. Y'all do excellent content. And Dirt, you were saying about a little bit, it's about talking about the smoke. Hey, if you get me a Pong on, don't worry about the smoke. Don't change yourself for us. We're with the smoke.
That's what I told him last night.
We're just gonna give you. We don't take that angle just because I want people to understand our perspective on gaming is is more so about the future, about the industry, the possibilities. Yes, it's about the now too, and we'll throw the smoke out there every now and then, but it's not the main component. I've never been like a console warrior, quote unquote, or a warrior for any one product, unless I truly believed in it. I do have things that I like and things that I prefer, but other than that, it's not like it's one way or the other. I got smoke for anybody who want it. You know what I mean? So, but that's how it's supposed to be, man. So there's much love for that, though. Who else we got in here? It looks like we shouted out everybody here. Again, if you didn't get a shout out, please let me know. Oh, Dreadpool! Got to shout out Dread. Breaking Bread with Dread. I also have some episodes with him, so definitely check that out if you haven't. Again, we got a lot of beautiful people in the community doing some wonderful things, so definitely check out their content, man. Again, we got to build off of each other to help each other grow. It shouldn't be this, oh, I'm gonna blow up and forget you guys aren't gonna come up with me. That's not the way it should be, but again, no. not everybody's gonna look at it that way, and it is.
Why gotta be that voice though? I don't understand.
I don't know. It's the pettiest voice that I can come up with. All right.
The game I was trying to think of, by the way, folks, Research and Destroy. If you're looking for a strategy game, Research and Destroy. I was right about the first word. I just could not remember and destroy. Go check that game out. It's on Game Pass. I talked about it a couple weeks ago, I think, here. But yeah, definitely go check out. I played it a little bit more. It is fantastic if you're into that strategy type game. So go check it out. Awesome, awesome stuff. Anyways, go ahead, Steel.
And then, like Ham Solo says in the chat, TSWS Gaming is his channel. So definitely check that out. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is almost time to get into the upcoming games, but I have to tell you guys what my week's been like. So for me, it has been Halo. I've been jumping into other games. I did re-download Warzone. I believe that was last week that I talked to you guys about that. Before Halo has that grip on me as far as a first-person shooter goes right now. I even deleted Destiny 2. Because I don't see me going back to that right now. I do have the new DLC. I did play it. I played through it once on normal difficulty. Well, actually, I played with it through somebody else who was helping them out on their story. So I still have to wrap up my legendary playthrough. But it was going well. I just don't know if I'm going to end up going back to it, especially right now. So Halo's the main focus, man. Halo Infinite. Again, for as much as people feel up and down about it, I'm enjoying it, man. Yes, again, there are some issues that have come back up that do definitely need to be resolved. There is a content issue that is going on right now, but they're communicating with us, man. And whether you like that or not, that's the most that I can ask from any dev, is just to say, hey, this is what we got going on. This is when you can expect things. And as long as they keep that open line of communication, I'm still going to stand on my hill that a year from Halo Infinite's release, the game is actually going to be exactly what it needed to be, which is Halo has until November to prove that to me. Or for me to be wrong, I should say. It has until November. And if at that point if there still might be some things off about it, then I definitely will address those things. And Jesse Darby, man. A lot of people don't forget you, man.
Nobody can forget Jesse Darby, brother. You're always around in the chats, man. We know we appreciate you.
But that's why I say, look, well, if I didn't shout you out, let me know, because I definitely want to make sure to shout you out, because Jesse Darby, you're another one of those who have shown up week to week, man, through good conversation, through some heated conversation. You have interesting conversations in the chat. You are actually a good proponent of what we have here. So definitely want to make sure we get that shout out to you. But just to kind of continue, again, different people are going to feel however they want to about Halo Infinite. Again, I'm going to look at it from the aspect of how I've kind of always looked at multiplayer games. People who don't care for the game or don't play the game for real are going to be the main ones complaining about it. Again, people don't like Halo. And that's always been a stigma. So anytime anybody can get some extra ammo, some extra smoke to throw at Halo, it's going to get that. And again, I'm not saying that everything is right now. It's not. It could be so much better. But you just can't deny that online experience. And I'm kind of trapped in that. I'm still in Blood Hunt, Vampire Masquerade. It's been an excellent time. I don't know why Zoom keeps giving us a time limit. It's really weird. This is the first time that I've seen this.
What's the time limit at?
It's at 10 minutes.
10 minutes and counting down?
10 minutes and counting down.
Okay, well, we'll see what happens when that goes off.
I guess we'll see.
Let's take a chance. Let's see what happens.
Okay, let's take it.
Let's take. Hey guys, if we disappear, chat. If we disappear because Zoom shuts down, we'll be right back. All right. Yeah. So don't worry about it.
We will definitely be right back. I'll swap screens and everything so you guys will be entertained. But yeah, I don't. This slight off tangent, but I don't know if Zoom had an update recently or something to where now you can't have meetings for free anymore. I don't know what's going on. It's really weird to me. Again, my pictures went away, so let me pull that back up. There we go. But yeah, it's really strange. But whatever. Dragonheart Yobi said use Hangouts. You think Hangouts would be a dope to use? I don't know. I haven't tried to use Hangouts before. If anything happens, we'll figure it out. No problems.
Yep.
It's just the first time I've run into this, man. I didn't even get any like notifications, nothing. That's so weird. I hate when applications do that. They give you an update and like, yeah, we're doing this. He said, nah, Lord Ruffin says, nah, we'll just take you don't want to talk to us anymore.
That ain't true. You know, Lord Ruffin, that ain't true. If Steele and I can't talk for 3-4 hours on a Saturday, man, we feel lost. So yeah, no.
That's true. Man, I gotta do some moving today. So Living Splitscreen, Dragonheart Yobi said that's what you use on Retro Renegades, or you can also use Skype. I mean, yeah. We were using Discord before. Is Mav using Restream? What he said he using something else to Restream.
He's back to is it Restream now? Hold on, I'll tell you.
He said it was using Restream, but it was something something else that he was using through Restream. It might have been Hangouts. I can't remember. Yeah. But either way, and again, we'll adjust on the fly and get things right. So don't worry about that.
Yeah, because he's back to Restream now. So
okay, yeah, I know.
Signed back up for it.
I'm pretty sure that when you get invites and everything, what does he send it through?
Restream.
Is it Restream? Okay.
Yeah, because he got back to it because he signed back up for it again.
Gotcha. Okay.
Because you can do more. He figured out how to do more things during the show, so he likes
gotcha.
Again, so.
Again, if anything, if we got to swap over to Hangouts, we will. Whatever needs to happen, we'll take care of, ladies and gentlemen. So those of you listening on the audio platforms, if there is a little breakup, don't worry. Again, I'm gonna have music playing for you guys to kind of make up that difference as we get back situated. But with that being said, in the meantime, between time, that's pretty much been my week. Vampire the Masquerade Blood Hunt, Halo Infinite, jumping into some Sniper Elite 4. That's been an interesting time. And other than that, that's really been it. I've really been trying to fight the urge of jumping into Black Desert Online, especially with their more recent updates. Was talking a little bit to Pong about that in the background, and I might end up having a conversation about that today, just because there's nothing better when you see that proper support is getting done to for a game, man. Especially a game that's been out for 8 years, right? Since 2014. So I think that's definitely an interesting thing, but let's get into these upcoming games so you guys can know what you're getting ready to look forward to. And let's get it started, Pong, man. What you feeling? You ready?
Oh, I'm always ready, Steel. Yeah, I am. You should know by now. No, that's not true though. That's probably why you asked me, because that's not always true. Let's go. This is a nice week again. It's the beginning of summer. Everybody's kind of getting ready, holding up for showcases. So we're not getting a whole like giant list of games.
Right.
Some real good stuff in here for sure. This is going to be the week of May the 9th coming on up here already. And we're going to start off with a personal favorite of mine, and shout out to Chris Jones, C Unit, who writes for lordsofgaming.net. Go check him out there. I don't even know if he's in the chat, but sometimes he's lurking as well, but great member of this community. And he is also a huge fan of this game coming up here. Eiyuden Chronicle Rising. The first of the Eiyuden Chronicle games. We're going to have another one next year as well. These are coming day and date to of course, Game Pass. So this is going to be a big thing here. So Natsumi Atari is the developer, not the Atari that we all know and love, but Natsumi Atari is the developer, and it's published by 505 Games. This launches May the 10th. Again, it will be on Xbox Series consoles, Xbox One, and PC. So this is console exclusive for the time being over on Xbox. If you are looking for older style JRPG, you're not going to find many better than this, according to what we've seen so far. So this is taking us all the way back to this Suikoden days. Suikoden is a classic franchise back in the day. If you never played them, it's hard to explain, but let me just say it was a JRPG, much like you would expect from back in, let's say, the 80s and 90s, right? JRPG. However, it had the Final Fantasy tactics to it where you could recruit over 100 different characters, okay? And you could kind of make up your team how you wanted to make it up with all sorts of classes, all sorts of different abilities. Bro, the game was incredible. Now, Suikoden, unfortunately, has drifted away, and I can't believe it because it's one of the games that should have been brought forward, but they didn't do that. So again, they are trying, this is the spiritual successor kind of franchise to that. And again, this is going to be the first game. They've got another one coming out next year, but Eiyuden Chronicle Rising is one to keep your eyes on if you are interested. Again, if you have Game Pass and you like JRPGs and you like that style, download this and see if it's for you. They've obviously updated it. It's kind of got that 2.5D style that we saw in Octopath Traveler, etc. Great animation, colorful, beautiful world. Look, I'm all about this. I can't wait. This is going to be something that I definitely hop into next week on May the 10th. So keep that one in mind. This is going to be good. Then Salt and Sacrifice is coming to PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, and PC. It's GaaS Studios is the developer and publisher. Salt and Sacrifice has gotten a lot of hype around it, and I can't wait to play it. Unfortunately, right now, it is in places that I won't be able to touch it, but I'm hoping that at some point it does come. This is definitely one to keep your eyes on. Go check out the videos. There's been plenty of gameplay demos showing off. Absolutely ridiculously gorgeous graphics to it. Again, older style, but obviously nowadays, but it's got that older 2D look to it, but it's fantastic. Go check out Salt and Sacrifice. If you got your PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, or PC, that comes out also on May the 10th. This War of Mine Final Cut PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles comes out on May 10th. Of course, this War of Mine has been out before, but they are doing kind of like the director's cut, right? That's what I call it, the final cut. This is a action narrative game. Very dark war, obviously wartime, but very supposed to be deep. Supposed to have a lot of motion behind it. This is also coming to Game Pass day and date. So no reason. I already have it pre-downloaded, ready to rock and roll on May 10th. This one is definitely to keep your eye on too. Then Unpacking is finally coming to PlayStation. I know a lot of people have been clamoring for Unpacking. A lot of people think that this should have been Game of the Year when it came out on Xbox last year. Unfortunately, that was not the case. No. Unpacking, if you want to chill out, let me tell you something. If you want to chill out and you just want to, you're in no mood for action, you just want to sit back and open boxes and place the items like stuffed teddy bears and diaries and lamps and all sorts of things around a room, Unpacking is the game for you. That 100%. Is the experience that you are going to get. Witchbeam is the developer. Humble Games is the publisher. That comes out for, again, PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. C, although those two were out last year. So this is coming for PlayStation now. So I just read off the list like an idiot. So PlayStation's finally getting it though this week coming up here. So that is also
All right, ladies and gentlemen, excuse us. Again, as I said, Zoom is definitely, looks like it belongs in the trash. I definitely have to agree with you, Farquhar. I don't know what's going on. Again, Zoom, at least for two people, is supposed to allow 24-hour meetings. We're never beyond two people, so I don't know why why it would cause an issue or why it's causing an issue now. It's really weird, but we're definitely going to look at some different options here in the background. We might return back to Discord. We might go into Hangouts, or I just might invest in the pro version of Zoom, just depending on how I feel. It doesn't make any sense, especially, hey, if they don't want us to have a good episode 55, apparently. Again, for those listening on the audio platforms, I do definitely apologize. That quick burst into the music coming off of Unpacking. Nick said, I think episode 55 will be forever known as the Twilight Zone. Yeah, I think it will be. I'll be on the lookout for that to come back up. Me and Pong are going to work on some things on the background to see if I can get Hangouts up and running, just in case we run into another issue. That way, boom, we'll get right back into it. So bear with us, ladies and gentlemen. So much love for you guys sticking with us. But whenever you're ready, Pong, let me know.
Why am I not on camera? Wait. Okay, what is going on today?
There you go.
Okay. Zoom really hates us today.
Yeah.
Steel, what'd you do?
I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing
Bro.
except open Zoom and send you an invite.
Yeah, whatever. All those complaint letters you've been sending to Zoom.
Oh, well, maybe that's what it is. I told them that they got to capture my beauty on camera, man. Like, you're leaving it out. You're degrading the camera quality to my people, to the community.
Oh, good God. All right. So we were on Unpacking. So yeah, again, PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, May 10th. Go check out Unpacking. kayaking if you want that chill experience. And then, of course, the big one, which a lot of people, it's kind of still flying under the radar, except for a lot of fans. Shout out to Miles over at Windows Central. He's been pumping out. I know he's had a couple articles on this game, trying to get people excited. It's not going to be for everybody, obviously, but 100%. You know what? It could be something cool, and it's done by a pretty well-known team. So Evil Dead, the game, comes out this week on May the 13th. PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. Look, this game is done by Saber Interactive. So again, it's by a well-known studio. Everything I've seen on it looks like it's going to be quality. It's obviously multiplayer. There's no reason why this game shouldn't take off. There's a lot of Evil Dead fans out there. So you know what? I hope, Steel, that this gets some play. Not that I'm going to jump into it per se, but I know that this is a cool franchise, and what a perfect setup. That dark, we've seen horror multiplayer games take off, right, with a lot of them, right? We've seen a lot of them do very well. So yeah. I hope this is another one. Because again, even if I'm not going to buy the game, I want people to have something that they enjoy. So man, Evil Dead, the game, coming out this week on Friday, May the 13th. Perfect day for it. Friday the 13th as well. You can't get anybody better. And again, Saber Interactive's been around for a long time, done a lot of good stuff. Of course, they are a part of the Embracer family, Steel, which we are going to talk about. So, again, go check out Evil Dead, the game, coming this week.
100%.
And that's it, Steel. That's it, Steel.
I was going to say, I think that's actually the last one that's in that lineup. Yep. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was your upcoming games for the week. We'll end up seeing, there are some other things that are coming out this next week coming up that we'll definitely get into, but it's definitely interesting, man. All right, so there's a few things here that I definitely do want to get into, and one starting with just kind of go offhand. I don't know if you want to start off with what you've learned from the community, if there's anything that you have learned this time around. For sure, I think there has been some interesting things that I've seen, but I don't know if there's anything specific that you'd like to bring out today. But I did kind of want to talk about just games that support themselves. I'm not necessarily going to say indefinitely, but over an extended amount of time, how important that is. The biggest reference I'm going to use for this is Black Desert Online. And again, there's a few things that go into this. One, it being an MMO. For me personally, yes. Is it the most popular MMO? No. Is it the most known MMO? No. But it is one of those that has come into Game Pass and seemingly has garnered an audience or gave people a way to at least try something that maybe they have never thought they might have had some interest in, which I feel is very unique. And it kind of touches on some of that talk that we have here as far as Eastern developers coming more so over into the Western market and garnering the attention that they weren't able to get before. Again, you guys have heard me talk about Black Desert multiple times. Again, I'll still sit here and say, if you're a fan, if you were a fan of that Crimson Desert trailer, please check out Black Desert. They got a brand new update. The game has been came out in 2014. That's one of the original reasons why I wanted to bring it up. It is now 2022, and there is no sign of them stopping. There's not hey, this is going to be our last update. No, they're still trying to catch up with all the content that's on PC. They want to get everything moving on one accord. And to me, I think that's such a special thing because typically, especially for an MMO, and of course you can go to World of Warcraft or anything else like that, but the biggest difference between like a Black Desert and a World of Warcraft, one, I'll say I haven't played World of Warcraft, but two, what I can say is that World of Warcraft hasn't implemented the same kind of updates that Black Desert has. And one, Black Desert has done that mainly based off of I want to say, not the representation of the community, but the support of from the community. And again, you have these games that are Well, you know you're going to have whales, right? Because I'll be honest with you, Black Desert as an MMO is one of those that you can, quote unquote, pay to win in. Now, the pay to win aspect in Black Desert is very extreme. It's not like, oh, you pay $20 and you get an advantage. No, I'm talking about to get an advantage, you have to spend $1,000 a month. That's the type of pay to win that I'm talking about, which I don't necessarily consider that quote unquote pay to win. It's like if you're rich, you win. You know what I'm saying? But I knew people when I was playing on a day-to-day basis. Again, I have over 1,500 hours in Black Desert. I knew people who did these things. I myself can tell you that I have spent some bread in Black Desert. Outside of my monthly subscription, where it's not really monthly because they do have deals and everything that give you that 30 days of what they call as incentives necessarily. You get the full color palette, full customization anytime you want, additional inventory slots. There's a lot of things that like the other MMOs do to kind of keep you enticed and keep you invested in their ecosystem. I've bought money for skins, right? We talk about Fortnite all the time. A skin in Black Desert is the same price, if not more. So last time I checked, a skin in Black Desert is $30. One skin for one character. And that character is gender locked. Again, like we complain about these different things, but again, if I see a costume that's dope enough, guess what? I'm gonna buy it. And the other thing too is that people do use that to their advantage, which is why I do say it is quote unquote pay to win, because you can't pay for costumes, break them down to have a chance to level up your weapons. Again, quote unquote, pay to win. There's also just a lot of chance that goes into it. Again, the game isn't welcoming to everybody, and the game has come very far from where it was originally. If you jump into it now, I would say now would be a better time than ever to jump into Black Desert Online because of the community support. Because they've listened, they've made it easier for newer players to jump in and feel like they're not at a disadvantage. Now they have seasons. Now they have to where you can create whatever custom character, and on a season-to-season basis, you're being rewarded for using that character, and you could use it to build up one main character, right? They've done a lot of things to help people to help people get invested into their ecosystem. And I think that's the ideal thing that you would want to see. I'm excited now because of how well they've been supporting this, to see if we're going to end up getting a Black Desert Online too. Because especially if they make it next gen only, there's a completely different type of potential that is literally unstoppable, right? Again, we speak on these Eastern devs, you speak about the potential, you speak about the art directions and everything else. They always take it in such a direction, again, to where it makes you question the types of games that you're playing right now, especially when it comes to combat. A lot of the times from the Eastern style games that we see, as far as getting a little bit deeper, not really into religion per se, but at least on a religion aspect, pulling more of the, what's the best way to put it, Pong? Pulling the information from those different types of aesthetics and everything. There's a particular phrase I'm looking for, and I can't think of it. And my advanced GG hasn't kicked in yet. The culture from those different religions and everything, okay. They implement into these games, kind of like what we're seeing from Black Myth Wukong, for an example. Not everybody's familiar with Wukong. Not everybody's familiar with who Goku is outside of the Super Saiyan, right? Or from the guy from Dragon Ball Z, not knowing it's actually a lot deeper than that, and that Goku is actually a monkey god. Like nobody would have known that, and that's the whole reason. Like he's called that partially, although there's a whole other thing there. But in Dragon Ball Z, like there's a lot of culture that's there. There's a lot more culture that gets brought into those games.
Journey to the West. Journey to the West is a huge myth that has been. Has been actually not placed, but it's been described and shown in a lot of different ways that people don't realize that they are watching basically the Journey to the West myth, right?
Right.
That's how
Exactly,
big it is, but people don't still to this day, even though that's probably the biggest, probably most well-known Chinese myth out there, Journey to the West, people don't realize that that's actually what they're watching or playing when they're actually in a game or watching an anime or a movie that is actually based upon that myth, and it's kind of crazy like that. So yeah,
no, and that's what makes it super dope. Jesse B said it honestly sounds like Black Desert has gone through what Warframe did, and it has in some aspects as far as growth for sure. I do definitely feel, again, Warframe's another game that I've spent over 1,000 hours in. And Warframe was a good time too, but it just at some point, I consider Black Desert a better game than Warframe, although they offer two completely different things, right? Now Warframe has definitely been tailored more so towards is 100% more so towards the PvE aspect. They have been more so working on expanding the worlds and everything, but you have to enjoy that cycle, right? Not everybody wants to wait X amount of days to get that new suit. Now everybody wants to wait X amount of days to get that new weapon. And that's one of the things that Warframe does that is also enticing. Mind you, I've never spent like I probably spent a couple dollars on plat, but Warframe, what it does do well is establish an ecosystem to where you can trade its own in-game currency within itself, which a game like other MMOs don't do well or don't do at all, right? To where you can literally use the in-game currency to kind of make that money. You can with Black Desert, right? You can get enough gold and everything else, but there's such a huge difference there. For an example, again, you pay $30 for a costume, that's 300 million coins if you sell it on the market. And that's how some people will spend $1,000 on the game getting costumes and get all those coins in game, and that's how they get that higher level gear. But again, that's why I say quote unquote it's pay to win, because it's on an extreme level, right? But I guess you can look at that in anything. The main thing for me though is just seeing Warframe gets repetitive and it gets grindy too, and it does get grindy, 100%. But the main thing for me that I just thought was unique, because Black Desert just recently had their new update. And again, they're doubling down, especially when you get into their kind of like quote unquote dev diary, whatever the case, about the more recent update, when they're talking about the future and what's being implemented and whether they're trying to catch up with the PC side of things and get everything to be streamlined. Again, throughout that article, they just established that they are 100% behind the game. They are nothing but thankful to the people who have been supporting it, and that they want for people to continuously feel like they are being well represented in the game. Again, PvP is a major factor in Black Desert. PvE is a major factor in Black Desert. Actually, they tie into each other, one and the same, unless you're in the season modes to where they kind of turn it off to make it easier for newer players. Again, accessibility. When you look at games like that, then you kind of go down the line. You got World of Warcraft, you got Destiny, you got Final Fantasy 14. There was another one, Neverwinter Nights is another one that did the same thing, where they're getting constant support. I know that people feel a certain way about service games, but there's also a lot of games out here that are proving that it can be done right. But I think that's what also opens up that conversation, as when we get games like Halo or these other Battle Royale type games who seemingly can't get the service side of things right, while we have those complaints, because we do have examples of other ones that are doing it right. But what we can't forget is it took time for them to get to that point. And that's what I kind of wanted to highlight here, is that sometimes you do have to grow. Sometimes you do have to build. And depending on how much that studio feels they have invested into that IP, is going to depend on how long they end up supporting it and how well they supported it. Again, it's going to be up to us at the end of the day, right? If we don't play Halo's not going to continue to get supported. I mean, sure, they can keep throwing money into it, but how long do you think it would take for them to realize they're just throwing money down a dark hole? It's the same thing with any other games. That's why they're so quick for, like, when you see this conversation with Outriders that we'll talk to in a bit. I don't know if we're going to get an Outriders 2 at this point. Matter of fact, because of the recent news, it doesn't make me want to play Outriders now. Like, I feel unmotivated to play after just seeing their trailer for their new content, for the expansion come out, and it built up some hype for me. But then to come around and hear an article come out and say, hey, well, we're not getting any support. We're not getting any money. But that's a different conversation that we're going to get into here in a bit. Again, I just think game support is a beautiful thing when it's done right. And it kind of sets the stage for something we can look forward to in the future. Pong, how do you feel about this? Does game preservation in this aspect, because we're not talking about necessarily older games, we're just more so talking about games that continuously get that support and develop over time to become better, more enticing, and end up bringing in a new audience. How do you feel about that, man? And do you think it's important?
Yeah, well, of course. Because I think that no matter what, if you
You're good.
excuse me, if you enjoy, again, this is going to be a big conversation going forward because we're going to see more and more games. Like we already seen this, like games as a service used to be like that thing that was only on PC, right? That we heard about, but now it's moved into consoles, right? And more people are chasing that money. And I understand why some people are scared that we get to a point in the industry where every game is a game as a service. We get a portion of the game that drops to us, and then we have to wait years for it to be built up until that is successful, until it's a full game, right?
I see that.
Right. I don't see that either happening, but I can understand why people don't necessarily like that. Again, I'm on record as saying I don't mind games as a service. I don't, again, I am all about if you're going to drop me a portion of the game for free and I get to play that and decide if I want to invest in the future or whatever the case may be, I'm cool with that. But we've seen this in a lot of different ways too, Steel. I'll bring up Dying Light. The first one, okay? Shout out to Techland. Again, Dying Light was never set up to be a games of service. That's just a straight up game that they supported for years upon years with DLC. Well, guess what they just did? We got the announcement that they had just passed 20 million. Yeah, they had passed 20 million, right, in total sales for Dying Light 1. Okay. That just came after they just dropped Dying Light 2.
Right.
And what did they do? This week, they announced that they're going to give away all the DLC for Dying Light 1 for free to anybody who's purchased the base game on Dying Light. Now, I'm somebody who picked up the complete package, for cheap. It was on sale, I think, for like $20 or something. I picked up the entire game with all the DLC. But still, shout out to them for saying, hey, you know what? All this support that you guys have given us through the years, we're now going to give that back. And to anybody who's enjoyed Dying Light 2 so far, maybe you guys never jumped into Dying Light 1. Go back, try out, go check it out. You can buy Dying Light 1 for cheap on the used market, and now you get all the expansions. And that game, let me tell you, all those expansions were amazing, right? They added so much to that game. They added vehicles. They added all this stuff to Dying Light 1, but they're giving it away free. But we've seen a lot of more, like Sea of Thieves. Sea of Thieves started out and it failed, right? It was terrible. People hated Sea of Thieves when it first dropped. Guess what? Microsoft and the team over there at Rare stuck by the game. They had to sit down. Basically the execs, this was right when Xbox had changed philosophies about this kind of stuff. Back in the day, they may have killed off this game because it had not done well, but they sat down with the team and said, look, do you all see a way forward? Is there something here that you believe that you can build upon, right? And that team said, yes, we do believe in that. Xbox and Microsoft higher up said, go for it. Then we're behind it. Do it. And guess what? Now Sea of Thieves is one of the biggest first-party Xbox titles of all time. Right. And that success has now carried over to the point where they're licensing Disney stuff, Pirates of the Caribbean, and bringing in DLC. And who knows what we're going to see this year, because showcase time, we'll probably get another Sea of Thieves update and DLC. But that's how things can work. Grounded from a small team at Obsidian, just a passion project. Grounded, just 14 people. Just a passion project. We're going to put out this little small, cool survival game where, Honey, I Shrunk the Kid, dreams can be lived out. They put out that game. Guess what? still hasn't even gone to full launch yet, but they've expanded that game because of how many people are sitting down enjoying it. Shout out to Colt Eastwood, one of the biggest supporters. Him and his kids absolutely love Grounded.
My wife is saying,
yeah, your wife, absolutely, all the time. I hear Steele's wife screaming in the background when we're playing a game, and I'm like, she's on Grounded, isn't she? Yeah, because of spiders, because of spiders. So. But that game, again, just a passion project. Started out, now all of a sudden got millions of players. They've added RPG elements. They're expanding out the building. They're expanding out the world as far as where you can explore. They've got all those new plans for it. Again, not even at full launch yet this year, but coming up in the showcase, a lot of people are expecting them to announce the full launch. But these are the types of things that you can see happen. Final Fantasy 14. Again, Square's made a lot of mistakes. Square's screwed up a lot of things, okay? They don't make the best decisions. Final Fantasy 14, when it launched, was not good. It could not compete with the big boys. It was not doing well at all. They went back, retooled the entire game from the ground up. Square said, get this right. That team went back to the drawing board, retooled that game. Guess what? Now Final Fantasy 14 is stealing from one of the biggest subscription-based MMOs of all time in World of Warcraft. It is pulling people away from that now because they continued to support Final Fantasy 14 and they got it right. This is the positive side. Sure, we've seen a lot of failures. Right? We've seen a lot of failures, and we're going to see a lot more failures. People are going to try this model, but to Steele's point, if you believe in something enough and you believe in a game enough and you've got a solid base to that game and you are going to support that through the years, what we have seen is that players will respect that. Yes. Warframe. I played Warframe. I didn't play Warframe like Steel, okay, thousands of hours. But I could tell you I probably put in over 100, probably approaching 200 hours on PS4 and Warframe, okay? Boy. But there's a game out there. Warframe just continues to live on. Neverwinter Nights. You brought it up.
Yeah.
Look, people go, what? People go, that's a game. Yeah, that's been a game for how long now, Steel? 8 years? 7 years?
Fucking a long time.
Bro, that's not a game. That's not like a household name, even though it's Dungeons and Dragons, even though, again, a game I probably put in 200-300 hours into over on the PS4. It's these games can live on. There are so many people playing video games that if it's done right and you continue to support it, you can have something that is worthwhile that gamers are going to continue to come back to. And I think that that's the kind of the future we're headed towards. Could we get to a point where there's so much, we're saturated with games as a service, right?
Right.
That again, we kind of see that in the multiplayer battle royale realm, right? There's only a couple big, gigantic battle royales, and then people try to come along and do something and they haven't been able to break through. The last breakthrough was probably Apex, right? That was the last real breakthrough on Battle Royale. But that was also at a time when there wasn't a whole lot out there. But Warzone, Apex, Fortnite have kind of taken, PUBG still to this day, have kind of taken up that whole mass of players, and it's really hard for other people to break that ground. Now, not to say that you can't do something like a Halo Battle Royale where it's a piece of the entire game that certainly could survive, but to have a whole entire game built around that, you're going to have a hard time breaking through unless you do something really, really, really special. We could get to the saturation point with games as a service where people try to come along and do the same kind of model and it just doesn't work because the players are so invested elsewhere that they don't move over, right? That they don't come, they try it out and say, it's just not right yet. But again, if you support your game right, if you continuously try to build up your community and you put that work in and you continue to expand what you have to the point where that word of mouth kind of trickles out, even if it's not an explosion, but you kind of just continues to build on it. At the end of the day, you could wind up with something really great, something where you've got millions of people checking out your game at all times, and I think that that's the big part about this. And I think that we're going to see more of that. Again, whether you like it or you don't like it, this is kind of the model. Again,
Right.
that free-to-play games as a service model is big to these companies because, like Steel said, when you get the heavy hitters in there and you get those people addicted to what they got going on, and all of a sudden you start throwing those cosmetics at them, and Steel likes to have his virtual closet looking all nice and pretty.
I do.
look, it works. It works. Yeah. And you can make a lot of money off of it. There's a lot of people chasing that right now. It's up to us gamers, though, at the end of the day, to vote with our wallets. Make sure that you're not just buying something to buy something in a game that you're not necessarily going to invest yourself into, because, again, that gives those developers that false hope that they found something, and they all of a sudden they get a little overboard and they decide to start taking advantage, right? That's not what you want to have happen. It's up to us to vote with our wallets, but I'm willing to support a game that gives me the option to experience it for free and then decide how I want to invest my money into it that I would have invested in buying that game upfront at full price. So I think that's where I enjoy the games as a service. But yeah, Steel, definitely good conversation, brother, because it is something that we are seeing more and more. And the support for some of these games has been nothing short of stellar, but we do have examples of where games are left to die, right? And we've seen examples of like an Outriders where the devs, part of the responsibility of Outriders is on Square. Okay, we know this. Square didn't do what they should have done with that game in a lot of ways to support it.
Right.
But I also do blame, People Can Fly on the other side for Outriders because they chose to fix things that didn't need fixing when other things should have been a much more high priority. If you're gonna set out and release a patch when everybody's having online connection issues and they're losing all their loot, and shout out to Naked Cog over there, Lord Cognito, who lost all of his loot. He's one of the most high profile members in this community that spoke out about Outriders because he kept trying. He wanted to give it a chance, but they weren't fixing those problems. They release a patch and they nerf some of people's favorite classes and favorite weapons and favorite abilities in a PvE game. Something that does not affect anybody else. You are playing PvE. You decide to nerf things before getting the connectivity, the loss of loot, all these major issues fixed. That's when you start to lose the community because the community is like, what? We're having a great time here. Go fix your real problems. Stop messing with us. And I saw the timer just pop up again, Steel.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
I sent you the invite on Hangouts. Here, if you want to see if we can get that up and running here. I might, while we have a second here before we move into our next section, I might just get things pulled up in Hangouts. Get a little pause break in here real quick so we can get that set up. So give us a moment here, ladies and gentlemen. Let us get Hangout set up for us really quickly so we don't run into another pause in our interaction.
Yeah, I apologize, people.
On the audio side of things, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you sticking in. Again, I'm figuring out what's going on with Zoom so we don't have this issue going forward. But give us a moment here. We'll be right back with y'all. All right, ladies and gentlemen, give me a moment as I get things set up for us here. I got to move everything over to Pong. Talk for me real quick.
Test. 1, 2, 3. Living split screen back again.
Perfect. People can hear you, they just can't see us, which is perfect. Again, for those on the audio side and definitely listening live, again, definitely appreciate you guys sticking through these issues here. Again, we'll get it figured out so it doesn't happen again from this point moving forward, but it'll be perfectly fine.
Gotta love technology, man. You gotta love it.
Yeah, it's just crazy, man, because it's like you would expect that they would at least send you something saying, hey, by the way, things aren't going to be the same they were before. But I mean,
we'll let you find out when you're first trying to do a show.
I mean, but I also looked it up too, which is why the other thing that like really strange to me, I looked it up and it said, hey, 2 people, 24 hours, you got it all day. And then we're sitting here as 2 people. They can't even get the show going. Oh God. It looks like the main thing that's going to be off too. It's probably going to be our voices lining up. But
there's going to be a delay.
Well, there's a little bit of a delay. It's noticeable to me. It may not be noticeable to everybody else, and it's noticeable enough to bother me. But I'll work with it for the rest of the show.
Yeah, exactly. This is like a halftime break. We get a break between innings at a baseball game. Go grab your favorite beverage and hot dog, and then come on back because Living Splitscreen is going to start back up again.
We'll still be here. Don't worry. Goodness gracious.
Good to see everybody out there. Hey, listen, everybody's still rocking out with it. Jacob Novick, Nix, appreciate all of you. Chargasm, awesome to see you dropping in here, brother, for sure. Awful Grim Bones. I see you posting those videos of some Sniper Elite 4 on Twitter, brother. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's good stuff. Tim the Sorcerer, still rocking with us. Fat Boy Horror, always good to see you. Wandering Dutch, the main brother. Good to see you, sir, hanging out with us this morning. Jesse B, still here. Lord Roughness, still in the house. Ray Oid, great to see you, sir, as always. Ham Solo rocking and rolling with Living Splitscreen here as well. Man, Casket Repair, Muppet, 1169, both you brothers. Great to see you in the house. As always, Farquaad, of course.
Farquaad.
And I saw he's got Farquaad. He's got my left nut is itchy, and he's also got my right nut is itchy as all names.
Oh, you tell me about that one. Yeah.
He's got it all. He's got it all covered in there. The legend Dragonheart Yobi rocking with us as well. Nam Omar in the house. Hertog Vin is in here. That's right. Hertog Vin X is in the house. Andrew Cullinane always showing up on a Saturday to enjoy a Sick Slayer is in the house. Brother, great to see you, sir. Man, Doom Reaper, I see all of you showing up in here, man. Calorex in the house as well. Man, the General C, of course. Man, we got almost like a big part of the midweek mix-up collective in here.
We do.
Always good, brothers. Appreciate you all. Graphic God J showing up, saying hi. Appreciate you, sir. UK lad. Brother, you know what it is. You are a huge supporter in this community as well. Thank you for being here. Man, we got a lot of good people in here, man.
We do got a lot of beautiful people here. And then the Hangout said, "Hey, let's zoom in on Steel real quick." So there's that.
Why not?
I know I got a nice look.
Hey, they know what the moneymaker is.
Oh, is that what it is? I don't know if I'm the moneymaker here. You know what I'm saying? I mean, look.
Yeah.
I like the style and profile a little bit, but
Dan the Man Cunningham. Good to see you, brother. Jesse Darby still here as well. Oh man, so many good people. Rip Zoom. Yeah, I know, Jacob Novick. It's crazy how one day something's working just fine and then you go try something else and they changed it.
Again, we've been doing this for 55 episodes, and on the 55th episode, actually, because we were using Discord before. Shout out to Matt Barnes, who kind of convinced us to move on into Zoom, just because things were working quite better there as far as like delays and everything else. And then 55 episodes in, now Zoom wants to have a limit, or at least 40 episodes in. Now there's like, hey, you guys are putting out too much good content. We're gonna have to slow you guys down real quick. Figure out a way to make some money off of y'all. I think that's how it feels when you start getting famous, right? People start asking for money. Out of nowhere, you got random relatives all of a sudden, right?
Oh,
it's funny.
It is.
But all right, so we got everything set up. I think where I wanted to take the conversation next was going into the Embracer conversation. Making some last few adjustments here, making sure everything is looking good. Yeah, I think the next part where we're going to go was going to be with Embracer, man, just because it kind of led from what we were talking about games being supported and everything right into the whole situation, not Embracer, sorry, excuse me, but the entire situation with Square Enix and People Can Fly, as we kind of mentioned already. Pong was giving some smoke to not only Square Enix, but also People Can Fly, because he's 100% right. Out of all things that you should have adjusted when that game released, and out of all the issues that you were having, you should have focused on making sure that your game is running well. And that was the central of your attention before you did anything else, so that people understood that you valued making sure that your game was running well. When you adjust things and nerf things unnecessarily, when you're having those types of issues, it does put a bad taste in people's mouth. I can't say I was one of those. One of the updates made an adjustment, and then all of a sudden I couldn't do the content that I was doing anymore. Right now, when I jumped back into it, of course, I got on Xbox, so I had to start over anyway, kind of halfway through the story. But still, there shouldn't be that type of thing going on, right? I understand. Again, I'm always going to be the guy that sit here and says, "Hey, I want the dev to make their game and stand on whatever their game needs to be." But at the same time, it's a double-edged sword, because you have to make sure that your community can at least play together, that can at least keep the gear that they're grinding for, that it's not randomly getting deleted. I mean, you would think that those things are important. But the reason I wanted to bring up Outriders and this whole in Square Enix is because, again, like the title of the video says, Square Enix has seemingly left their Western division. Again, with the getting rid of Eidos Montreal, then getting rid of Crystal Dynamics, and all being pretty much sold to Embracer Group, otherwise known as THQ Nordic, I believe. Don't get me wrong on that. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, excuse me. Embracer Group now has those, not only the IP, but those studios underneath them. Now, I don't think that's going to affect any current deals, like with Tomb Raider currently being in development with Crystal Dynamics. Now, it could, since that's going to be a down the road kind of thing. They could set something up, but I think that's going to lead more so for it to be multi-plat again. But we'll see how it affects the development of Perfect Dark. I don't think it's going to do anything, since Crystal Dynamics is working with, can't think of the name right now for whichever reason. Pong, please step
Crystal
in.
Dynamics working with who? Sony? What?
Well, Perfect Dark, man. Perfect Dark.
Oh, you're talking about the initiative.
Initiative, thank you. I don't know why that fucking. I'm just at a loss. It might be because it's probably because of the issues. My brain's
it's the issues, bro. It's
but yeah, the initiative working with Crystal Dynamics and everything. I don't think Crystal Dynamics being part of Embracer Group now is going to necessarily have an effect on that and what they have going on with that. I think that's going to still come out in totality. Nothing's going to get pushed back or whatever the case may be because of the deal. But it just seems to me like no matter what a Western dev was able to do, when you go through and you look at the new Tomb Raider, the new Tomb Raider series has done more for the series than ever before, right? It's garnered more attention. You've seen the numbers come out, I think, across the Tomb Raider series overall. They've sold almost 90 million copies. I believe that's the series overall.
Again, the entire series for the history.
Right. I saw some people running with it that it was just the new ones. No, it's the series overall. Again, that kind of ties into my conversation why I do feel like games should be part of sub-services so you can get more attention. That's neither here or there. That's a different conversation. But the reason I wanted to tie into this, because I'm going to bring up an article from Tweaktown, but Square Enix also seemingly does not support their studios very well. Now, this could just be something for People Can Fly, but I also have a feeling like it could be something for iOS Montreal and some of the other Western teams too. So, going into this article from Tweaktown that was wrote by Derek Strickland. Apparently, news came out and said Outriders didn't make a profit in 2021. People Can Fly confirms. And they go on to say, following substantial combined $200 million losses on Marvel Avengers and Guardians of the Galaxy games, Square Enix has also made a loss on its new multiplayer looter shooter, Outriders. Outriders didn't break even throughout 2021, new financial reports from People Can Fly have confirmed. The game was released in April of 2021, and despite being on the market for 3/4 of the year, Square Enix has yet to make revenues from the game that exceed its development, marketing, and distribution budget. Now, I didn't realize this before. I thought it was just People from Fly saying that they didn't make any money from off of the game, but it's also Square Enix is saying that they had not seen any money come from this game yet. Now, I did see some people running with, oh, look at what Game Pass did. It killed the game. Oh, Game Pass isn't paying the devs. This deal has nothing to fucking do with Game Pass. Square Enix not making money has nothing to do with Game Pass. Game Pass, whether you guys have woken up or not, is a deal that is already made and cut in the back end where the team gets that money up front.
Or in this case, Square Enix gets that money up front.
Exactly. So, i.e., the publisher this time around.
And did Game Pass kill off Avengers too, Steel? Is that what caused?
No.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. That's right, because it wasn't in Game Pass.
Exactly. Exactly. It actually got more attention in Game Pass. Oh, more people invested. Oh, wow. That's a crazy concept. But I saw that kind of narrative going out there that, look, Game Pass, they can't sustain games. Look, Square Enix isn't making any money after they put it on Game Pass. And it's like, dude, that's not what they're saying here. But, so, while Square Enix has yet to make formal announcement, and they likely won't outside of their upcoming full year 2021 results report on May 13th, the loss is inferred by People Can Fly's latest documents. Square Enix has previously said that Outriders exceeded their expectations on many metrics, including digital sales and active users. So what the fuck what are we talking about here? Like, immediately you contradict yourself. Immediately. So the game was doing really well, and now you're saying almost a year later, it's not made it. Well, a year later, that it hasn't made any money. Square Enix, what are you really saying? Oh, I know what you're saying. It just wasn't to your satisfaction, like you do your other dev teams who also put out great genre-defining games, but aren't quite good enough. Yeah, it was good. You know, it did 8 million, but yeah, it just wasn't good enough. Yeah, we wanted to do better. Square Enix, let's be honest and just say to ourselves that you're just wanting to support your Eastern market more than you are your Western market, because that's what you specialize in. You can just say, hey, we were just cannibalizing our Western market so that we can support our Eastern market or our Eastern type games. Now, whether that's the truth or not, who knows? It's just what kind of gets the picture that gets painted to me personally. And then, especially when you hear statements like this be made, say, oh yeah, it's doing great, it's meeting all the metrics, it's doing better than ever. And then you turn around and say, oh, well, not making any money. It's just weird to me. And I'll get your opinion on here in a second, Pong, because again, you might agree, you might disagree. The news comes after Square Enix puts its Western video game development division, Christian Dynamics, Eidos Montreal, and Square Enix Montreal alongside a metric ton of underperforming IPs, including Tomb Raider, Deus Ex, Legacy of Kain, Pong. It's underperforming, Pong. When did Legacy of Kain come out?
Legacy of Kain is not underperforming because it hasn't been out for years, long before Square ever owned it. Look, we might get it back now that it's underneath Embracer, which would be fantastic.
I really hope so. I did see some people saying it's not worth coming back. It doesn't hold up. But like, come on, guys, stop. And Thief is part of that also. Square Enix has sold these assets to Embracer for $300 million. They go on to say, since the game was completed and placed on the market, which happened on April 1st, 2021, the company has been entitled to royalties payable if for specific proceeds, as defined in the agreement, from its sales, ensure that the publisher recovers a predetermined level of cost. You know what predetermined level of cost means to me? Maybe not what it costs to make the game. It's what you set that you wanted to get back as a return of investment. What you wanted. You could have set that way outside of the term of the realm of reality. You could have said, hey man, this game better sell 20 million copies. Oh, it didn't do 20 million? It's a failure. All right, let's go ahead and see how we can get these guys out the door. You're starting to see the kind of picture that I'm kind of painting here, or at least the picture that's getting painted to me visually when I'm understanding and looking at the situation, when I'm getting this information, why I kind of look at Square Enix sideways, where, yes, I like Final Fantasy. I like Final Fantasy VII. I like the original. I might like the remake. I haven't had a chance to jump into it yet. I do have it on PC, but god damn, Square Enix. It's like you're doing nothing but proving to people who feel like you're jaded one way, right? And that's kind of the problem to me. Again, that's a personal thing, because I do just want to see more studios have proper investment and actually be valued for their work. Again, since I do see gaming as art, it's upsetting to me more so when I see this information. You get a game like Guardians of the Galaxy, which I may not get a second game of now, with it being under Embracer, because of it's hard to cut deals. It's a lot of money to cut deals with Marvel, Disney. That's a big deal, right? I might not get that second game now because you said it underperformed. Because you said it didn't do well enough. That game is a fucking magnificent game. It rivals the movies. I'll sit here and say that it's better than the movies to me personally.
It might actually get delisted too, Steel. So anybody who wants to play Marvel's Guardian of the Galaxy, go play it. And
then if it gets, I hope it doesn't get delisted. I hope it doesn't. Because again, if it's in Game Pass, go try it, please. If it's in Game Pass, buy it, whatever the case may be. I'm telling you. But it's just weird to me. And then I'm gonna go over this last bit part of here. They go on to say the specific proceeds as defined by the agreement from its sales ensures that the publisher recovers a predetermined level of costs incurred in connection with the development, promotion, and distribution of the game. The level of royalties depends on the amount of specific proceeds from the game's sales. The group received no royalties from the publisher for the period of December 31st, 2021, which means that as the reporting date, net proceeds from the sale of Outriders were insufficient to recover the costs and expenses incurred by the publisher to develop, distribute, and promote the title. I think that's enough. We've had enough information here. I think this is pretty much telling us enough at this point. And I'm pretty sure you guys are tired of hearing me go on and out about it. Pong, what does this tell you? What picture is it painting? Are you right on line with how I'm kind of seeing things? How it's just like, man, y'all are like selling yourselves out at this point, or just making it blatantly obvious that you're jaded one way? Or are you in agreement with Square Enix? That, hey, they failed. It wasn't great enough. What do you think, man?
Well, I've said from the beginning that I thought that Square Enix was robbing Peter to pay Paul with those Western developers. Now we'll never know. There's always ways to cook the books. They did release financials, right? They did release financials on the Western devs teams, and they were definitely not anything spectacular. I think it was like a 1.2%. I'll just go. I think it was like 2%. Income revenue. Whereas the rest of Square Enix is doing 14%. Look, obviously a lot of that has to do with Final Fantasy 14. That's going to skew the numbers because Final Fantasy 14 is printing money
at this point. Yeah.
At this point.
They brought that game back.
Yeah, it's gonna look a lot different. But again, I still think, and I've been here saying it, and I've said it on plenty of other shows that not only do I think that Square Enix was expecting the Western devs to fund a lot of the Eastern side of things, whether it's Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, whatever the case may be, Dragon Quest, whatever the case may be. I also think that Square Enix, being an Eastern dev, that publisher that has been in business for a very long time, that has not had to change their models at all. I don't think that they knew how to market Western style games. I think that they had a hard time really getting out in front and understanding that a Western audience is different from your Eastern audiences. And
Yeah.
let's be real here. Games like Outriders, games like Guardians of the Galaxy, games like Avengers, those are Western audience heavy style games. And Square just does not seem to have the vision that they can't do the same thing they do with a Final Fantasy, that they do with a Dragon Quest, and get the same type of reception. Those games there are so well established. Those franchises, those names are so ingrained in the culture over there, and even to an extent, even in the West now, that they can show anything. And people are like, oh, I can't wait.
Yeah.
Well, new IP takes a little something different. Right? Even if it's established Marvel IP, you can't just go out there and throw it out there and expect everybody to go, oh, well, I'm on board.
Yeah, no.
Look, you got a little bit of that with Avengers.
Right.
But you had put a team in Crystal Dynamics. You had directed a team in Crystal Dynamics to do a games as a service monetized Avengers, which is a style they've never done before. And you expected them to just knock it out of the park home run style out the gates? No. I don't care how much money you throw at something. You put people that aren't experienced in making that type of game in that position, chances are you're going to wind up with some trips, some fails, right? And you got to kind of expect that. But again, the minute that Avengers wasn't selling the way that they wanted to, the way that they envisioned Avengers just to be another Final Fantasy 14 money generating game, the minute that didn't happen, they seemed to abandon it. Like they pushed it off to the background and was like, yeah, we don't know what that game is over there, whatever that thing is. Yeah, we we got nothing to do with that. Hey, Crystal Dynamics, do your best. Good luck. That seemed to be the way that Square Enix went about it, right? They eventually took a deal from Microsoft to get it in a Game Pass, but by that point, word was out. And you left Crystal Dynamics on their own to say, well, yeah, we got all this DLC that we're planning. We got the Black Panther expansion. Spider-Man is going to be exclusive to PlayStation, that he's going to come. But again, you saw the team lose interest in the game because Square was out there going, yeah, it's bad. It's underperforming. It's not doing what we thought it was going to do. Again, you can't throw your people underneath the bus and expect them to do their best work either, right? So there's a lot of Square issues here, and I'm glad, right, that Square finally said, waved the white flag, said we're out, right? These teams are underperforming. We don't want them a part of this. A part of us anymore. We're going to let them go to somebody else, right? And Embracer jumped in, and anybody who's been here listening to me knows that Embracer Group is one of my favorite publishers out there now because they picked up all these AA teams, right? That a lot of people don't appreciate, right? And that's okay. Again, not every game's for everybody, and there's a lot of people out there who get a little bougie with their game playing, right? And only want those big AAA experiences. That's cool, man. I don't have a problem with you. I don't have a problem with you at all. But for me, I love the AA stuff. And they went around gathering up all this AA talent that I really love. And now they're slowly, but surely moving into the AAA space quietly with Gearbox, now Crystal Dynamics, Eidos Montreal.
Yeah.
They're moving into the AAA space too. And I'm happy because so far, again, there's still questions around Embracer Group, what their end goal here is by acquiring all this talent. Over 100 studios now, approaching over 300 IP as well in the games industry. There's still some questions about what they're going to do here. What is their end goal?
Are they going to jump into the subscription service?
Yeah.
Because they got plenty of content. They came out, they've got like 90 plus games coming out in the next 2 years, 1 to 2 years.
Right.
90 plus games they are expected to drop out of that umbrella in the next 1 to 2 years. And they've got another 120 in development still.
Right.
Bro, that's 210 games total that they're talking about that they have in development right now. That's insane. They've got enough content to run their own subscription service.
Yep.
Now, would it be successful? I don't know, because it would be kind of niche in a way, because a lot of people would look at the titles they would have in there and be like, do I really want to pay extra for this? But could they partner with somebody like an Xbox?
That's going to be the main thing. Yeah.
Could they partner? Could they say, hey, you got this great thing going on with Game Pass? We see what EA Play's done. We know Ubisoft Plus is coming in there in some form or fashion, at least as an add-on. I still believe that Ubisoft is going to go to a tiered system where they do add a portion or a vault to Game Pass for nothing. And then you have an add-on fee if you want the rest of it. So could they look at something like that? Certainly. How are they going to handle studios failing, Steel? Because we know with that many studios, with that many games, there's going to be games that come out that disappoint, right?
100%.
So what do? Because they're so big, Steel. Could they do an EA where a team gets one shot, and if it's not good, they're like, sorry, we gave it your best go, just didn't work out. We're folding the studio. We're going to absorb you guys into other teams, right?
Yeah.
They could certainly start to do that. Well, that changes my perception of Embracer. But as of right now, Embracer hasn't shown any signs. They haven't shown us their full hand about where they're going down the road in the future. And as of right now, they're letting these companies, much like Xbox does, run their own business. Gearbox is still publishing their own. THQ Nordic is still publishing their own games. They're kind of running business as is, making decisions as is, much like we see how Xbox handles ZeniMax, right? They're still doing their own thing over there. Yeah, it's, games are going to be exclusive, but they're still letting them, market their games. They're still letting them do all this kind of stuff over on that side. So I think that right now I'm happy with Embracer Group getting Crystal Dynamics and Eidos Montreal, because at the end of the day, like they talked about a little bit, they see that these two should pay for themselves within the next 2 years, depending on releases.
Right.
Now, again, of course, that's back catalog sales, because they're getting all this IP and all this kind of stuff, which is great. That's fine. But for right now, Embracer's happy. But what I do want to see them do is let Eidos Montreal, like I said in the beginning, go back to Deus Ex, right? Let them bring back those types of IP. Now, again, a lot of people argue that that's just nostalgia, that these franchises have never been big sellers. But we still don't know if Embracer's looking for gigantic sellers. Again, according to what I've seen, they let the team behind Elix, which was a niche upon niche AA RPG, action RPG
that most
people never touched. They let them go back, increase the budget, increase the team, increase the time, and put out Elix 2, right? So for me, that gives me hope that Crystal Dynamics, we know that they're working on Tomb Raider, right? The next Tomb Raider, Unreal Engine 5. That was a big part of the Unreal show. We know that they're letting them do that. So Tomb Raider is coming back for sure. We know that they're going to allow the contract with Microsoft for that team to also work with the initiative on Perfect Dark, also continue that project as well. So there's that. And then we got Eidos Montreal, who just wrapped up Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy. You already explained, Steel, that if they're going to do another one, they're going to have to relicense it through Disney, because now it's a new company. Well, I don't think that's going to happen either. So what does Eidos Montreal do? Well, now they got this back catalog. They got the Legacy of Kain, right? They've got actually Sleeping Dogs is sitting there.
Sleeping Dogs,
by the way. Sleeping Dogs, a lot of fans have been clamoring for number 2. That is now a possibility. And then you got Deus Ex, a well-known name. Again, most people have heard that name before, even if they haven't played it, right? And then you got Thief. Thief used to be gigantic. Now, the last game was, I went back and started playing it again. It's not bad at all, but it's not great either. So what do? Do you let them take their pick out of those? Well, I think Embracer does. And I think Embracer goes to Eidos Montreal and says, what's your plans? What's your roadmap? What would you like to work on? Much like we heard Phil talk about doing with the studios from Activision Blizzard once they are underneath the Xbox umbrella. What do you guys want to do? Because that's how you get your best work out of creatives, is by letting them go do what they want to do. And I could see Eidos Montreal saying, hey, we want to go back to Deus Ex. We're not done with Adam Jensen yet. We're not done in that world. There's a lot to be discovered, a lot to do. We've learned a ton from our past, experiences with those games. Let us work on current gen. Let us make the best Deus Ex possible, and let's see what we got. And again, I don't think from Embracer's standpoint, sure, there will be a budget attached to each one of these games. Yes, they will obviously still have to hit certain marks for Embracer to be happy. But do they have the expectations of a Square Enix? I don't think so. I think Embracer's being realistic with their teams. And I think they understand that, hey, a 2% return, a 2% return underneath normal circumstances, if we had, let's say, 4 or 5 teams underneath Embracer Group, a 2% return would not be great. No. But a 2%, 3% return underneath a group of 100 and some teams, okay, we got teams that are going to perform well above expectations. We're going to have some teams perform below expectations. But if you come in and just give us a net positive at the end of the day and potentially bring back an old IP that could be bigger down the road, we're happy with that. I think Embracer is that team, or is that group that is looking to do those kind of deals. Because again, this Embracer, they've been collecting all this IP. They're not sitting on all this IP. They went out and got Time Splitters. Time Splitters is again, unless you're my age or maybe a little bit younger than me, like Steel maybe remembers Time Splitters a little bit. You're not going to know what Time Splitters is. That franchise has been dead. But they picked up that IP and went out and even got some of the original Time Splitters team to come back in to work on it again. They believe in those older nostalgic franchises. And that's what I love about Embracer Group. So I do think that there's some real potential here to get some real good older titles coming back to life with this. And I'm happy that Square Enix made the decision to finally let go of these Western devs who they just continuously threw under the bus. I can't imagine. I've been there. I've worked for bosses that have thrown us as team members underneath the bus continuously and blamed us for problems that obviously was their problems at the top, but we got blamed for it. It's not a great work environment. I can't imagine as a creative, as somebody who's trying to create artwork, as we call it here on Living Splitscreen. I can't imagine trying to do that while your boss is out there in the public spaces, not privately, not pulling you to offices saying, hey, we got to have a talk here. Out there publicly saying, yo, these guys just ain't cutting it. Man, I can't imagine trying to work under the conditions.
You know how much fucking work I just put in this damn game?
Right.
You said it wasn't. Oh, it's not good enough. Oh, well, fuck. I don't know what good enough is.
Thanks, boss. Appreciate you. Yeah, I'm really definitely going to put all my heart and my blood, sweat, and tears into this because, man, this is great. I know what I'm going to get.
You said pizza party?
Yeah, the pizza party.
Appreciate that.
Even if it's a beautiful game that it's critically acclaimed in Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy. People praised it as better than the movies in some ways in the writing. And you said it yourself, Steel.
Yeah.
And to still have your boss come out and go, yeah, just didn't really make the cut, man. Just didn't really do it for us. And that would be some
disparaging,
disappointing. Yeah, exactly. Just the biggest letdown of all time to go home and to know you have to come back in that office every day and try to perform at your best. Yeah, no, that's not what it is. So I'm happy for those teams. Hey, Square's got a lot of ways they can go now too.
Right.
Square trimmed a lot of the fat here. Again, there's that smoke flying around. More people are coming out saying they've heard Sony is trying to acquire them. It would make sense in some ways.
Yes.
They had, again, organic as it may be. Square started out as being a Nintendo JRPG machine. But definitely they've been on the Sony train for a lot longer, right? And Sony and Square are synonymous with each other. I wouldn't be again, I like certain Square games.
Yeah.
I want this new Dio field that's coming out. I would like to get a Final Fantasy Tactics remake, obviously, which has been rumored in some leaks before. There's certain games. Dragon Quest is awesome. I love Dragon Quest. I actually like Dragon Quest better than I do most Final Fantasies. So, I've been hard on Square for not releasing all these titles on Xbox. We are getting a couple here and there, but would it be a big deal at the end of the day if they went with Sony? No, because you want to know what? I know Sony being underneath that umbrella and the relationship they already have with Square,
Right.
Square could finally get back to doing what they do best and do some of their best work down the road without all the pressures that they obviously have as a publisher, as somebody trying to go have teams succeed like People Can Fly, like Crystal Dynamics, like Eidos Montreal, and just seemingly not making it work. I think they would go back to being the old Square. So,
Well,
yeah.
Wouldn't it be funny if they got bought by Sony and then Sony told them, hey,
yeah,
just ain't cutting it.
just ain't cutting it. Just ain't cutting it, bro. That Final Fantasy 16 just ain't cutting it for us.
It just ain't selling the way that we need it to.
No, I just think it would be really great. If that winds up happening again, it does make sense,
Yeah.
and I would not be unhappy about it. Yeah, sure. Would it be another chunk of JRPG Eastern style games that would never come to Xbox? Yeah, it would be, and that sucks. But again, for the health of Square Enix, for the betterment of the teams, for the overall industry as a whole, as we always talk about, Steel, acquisitions are going to happen.
Right.
Consolidation is happening. And I'd rather see them go there than to have a Tencent come buy them up, or have an Amazon who has no idea yet what games industry is like buy up
Right.
a historic publisher and developer in Square.
Yeah.
I'd hate to see them go there. Even if not all their games appeal to me all the time, I still would hate to see something like that happen. I'd rather see them go with somebody like a Sony who is going to respect the history, who has an idea of what Square means to this industry as a whole, and that will treat those people right over there. And I think that would be a natural fit. So
Yeah, now 100%. There's just, again, I know a lot of people like, there was this conversation where a lot of people were saying, "Oh, what's the point? What's the point? Why would Sony buy Square Enix? They don't get nothing out of that. They're already getting their games." And it's like, I mean, the point is IP. The point is exclusivity. The point
their
is
service.
PlayStation
Plus Premium. PlayStation Plus Premium. Again, they're going to put content in there. They need content.
Yes.
So,
and what better way than to go with somebody that you've been continuously getting work from, continuously been going to for IP, than just to fit Square Enix in there. It's like the perfect puzzle piece, right? And whether you like the games that they put out or not, the biggest reason that this is happening is, again, for that Eastern market, for Japan, for China, for those areas who are more on the mobile side of things, because guess what? Those are the type of games that they're going to end up releasing, those style of games. It's not, unfortunately, it is jaded one way, and they still live by those older mantras, right?
And if you're not going to control the Western RPGs, you might as well control
the East. Yeah, you might as well control the East. Stick with what you're good at, right? Just because Sony moved their headquarters here doesn't mean that they still don't see that as important, brand, right? And again, when you hear that, they got Square Enix themed places all over the Asian market, right? All over the Asian territories, right? Final Fantasy lands. You got the Dragon Quest lands and things like that. When they value those IPs at that level, it only makes sense that Sony will want to fold Square Enix in. And again, I think it's worth it. The fight is always going to be studios and IP and everything, and it's going to be the main ways to get people invested. So
yeah, and Sony didn't need Tomb Raider because obviously
they got Uncharted.
So they didn't need that. I don't think Sony would be interested in Deus Ex as a franchise. So that's why I'm happy that they trimmed. If they are going to sell, if they are going to do something, I still think that there's a potential here to Steel. That it's not necessarily Sony that just buys them. I see Square, and we talked about this on PM to PM with Lil Ray, who's he actually works in the investment field. That I still think that this actually may not have just been for a sale to Sony.
Mhm.
They could also partner with another Japanese publisher like a Capcom, like a Bandai Namco. They could merge.
Depends on what kind of deal Sony wants to cut them.
Yeah,
If
they've
it's
done it in
similar
the
to
past.
Bungie, if it's similar to Bungie, then yeah, they can
Yeah.
they can definitely do that. And then
Yeah.
that would also that would also probably tell me more so if a deal like that was cut, that would tell me that the games may end up coming to PC sooner than anticipated.
Yeah,
If it's if
something
it's
like
that way.
Yeah, but if Square themselves were
I
just
think.
to partner with another Japanese publisher, right? That would make a powerhouse. Let's say they go with
Yeah.
a Capcom Square partnership merger, bro. That would be a giant Japanese publishing house for
Yeah.
how strong Capcom is right now. And then you
Yeah.
add in Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, all these well-established franchises
Got
and
a lot
Square's
going.
name.
Yeah.
Bro, that would be huge. They would control. Again, right now with consolidation and about where the industry is going, if you are not looking to be acquired, if you're looking to be, you're going to have to establish a greater presence so that you are so big that you can control kind of your own destiny
Right.
within the industry. That's what Embracer Group to me is doing right now. Why
Yeah.
they've bought all, they're becoming so big that even if it isn't the biggest IP or franchises out there, although they do now own a couple,
Mhm.
even if they don't have all of that, just their sheer size and amount of IP says that they can dictate a lot in the industry.
Yeah.
Right? They can control a
100%.
lot because if they decide to partner with Xbox or start having certain games out of that huge catalog they have drop in the Game Pass, well, that shifts, right? That shifts. If they did cut a deal with Sony and for
Yeah.
PlayStation Premium, Plus Premium, and they decide to start dropping games in there, hey, that shifts, right? That shifts some stuff because that's content.
They could
that
cut
everybody
deals
needs.
both ways,
Yeah,
right?
they could. Yeah.
Again, I mean, I think that's another great thing is that at this point, which as much as they have, no, they need the money for NFTs.
Fat boy, we're not talking about NFTs. That was just all corporate speak right there. That was a bunch of word salad with buzzwords that they were just talking about. My God, if Square actually goes down that road,
I don't know.
luck.
We'll see.
Good luck.
But what Embracer is seemingly doing is setting themselves up so that you have to go through them. Like, oh, you want this IP? You want to come on. We can cut a deal. Oh, Xbox. Oh, Microsoft. Oh, Nintendo. Oh, y'all want this? Oh, come on over. We got it.
Right.
Sure, you
Got
can.
You
get
need
it for
this right
price.
now?
Yeah.
Oh, we see you got a hole in your lineup right here. Well, we got 10, 12 games we can slide in there for you. What do you want?
And they've already been they've already been in a little bit early development. So you just got to get in there, get some teams in there and get it going. But what you got for us? That could be another good avenue to chase down, man, or who knows? That could be another pillar of what we got currently going on as far as the gaming ecosystem goes. Again, like y'all kind of talked about, we could start seeing that brand name kind of start moving around, right? Who knows? Amazon's still part of that story. Google could still be part of that story. Google could turn around and say, oh, we bought Embracer.
Yep.
And then boom, now they're not lacking in a library. Yes, they do have to still figure out how to get those games out and to make sure they understand how game development works. But one thing could go one general direction, and right now there's 5 main key players. And again, Sony's debatable because of the type of money they are willing to spend. Amazon, Microsoft, Google, and then there's one more.
Tencent. Apple.
Tencent.
Apple, if they decided to jump in. Hey, look.
And Apple's been treading that line of how serious they've been wanting to take this. And again, if gaming keeps going this direction, they may end up stepping, especially want to know the number one thing that's going to make Apple step into the game for real is when they notice that Microsoft is making too much money off of mobile gaming.
And especially with Apple, or especially with Microsoft and Epic forcing their way into the App Store or going around it, circumventing it completely. Apple could say, you know what? All right, let's play. We're in. Hey, Sony. Sony, come here. Come here. Come here. We share a lot of the same philosophy. We got a couple trillion. So how about you come join us? And yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and do exactly what we always want to do. We'll have all of our electronics that we have ever wanted, branded Apple, and now we'll have the Apple Station.
Yeah.
And guess what? It's on at that point. If Apple,
Yeah, that's going to turn into a completely different thing. If you're really like concerned about competition and everything, yeah, let's see, because at the end of the day, can't forget Apple's still Microsoft's #1 competitor across the board. Regardless, they still want to get that ecosystem in there. And Muppet says a street corner IP dealer. That's exactly what Embracer could be, right? They can literally be like, hey man,
100%.
I got a couple of these dime bags. I can let it go for 30 maybe. They could definitely do that. I like that comparison, Muppet. 100%. I think from there, I think another amazing, well, I'm not gonna say amazing, but I think another interesting avenue that we could take it down is going to be gaming revenue surpassing 200 billion in 2022.
Yeah.
This is something else that me and Pong kind of speak on here all the time. Gaming is healthier than it's ever been previously. There's more money coming in than ever before. And I kind of want to go through this article a little bit because there are some interesting numbers here. I'm actually going to try to see if I can pull them up on screen for us too, so we can kind of go through it together. So let me get a moment as I get that set up here. I'll put this over here. Bye-ow. There we go. So let's get into this little section right here. This is going to be from VentureBeat. Let me get these emails out of the way. And I don't have my window up, but you guys can hear me, so that's perfectly fine. We'll deal with these issues here in a moment after I get things set up. But since we're using Hangouts, things are a little bit different.
Yeah, shout out to Jigga J showing up in here, brother. Great to see you. Shout out to, of course, Fat Boy Horror, which you are already in here. And of course, Sean786. Look, TTS, talk that shit, Sean. Good to see you in here as well, sir. Alex is a Valve showed up in here. Man, all you great, wonderful, beautiful people. 108 Dragons TV Lemon in the house, coming off that great PAX coverage. And he just did a awesome review of the Surface Pro 8, and he just tweeted out that he's watching Living Splitscreen on that Surface Pro 8. Shout out to you, brother. Go check out 108 Dragons as always as well, man. Just amazing crew in here today.
100%. All right. Steel in the multiverse. Yeah, that's exactly where I'm at right now, is in the freaking multiverse. But all right. So let me see if I can exit out of this so we can get that out of the way. All right, so if you guys can see the numbers here, again, the global games market forecast right now, they're about at a 5.6% year-over-year kind of thing going on currently. So from 2020 going into 2021, in 2020 we're at 179 billion in gaming. Then into 2021 we're at 192. Then in 2022, they have a projected so far at 203 billion. And then going into 2024, they're expecting for it to reach $222 billion. And we'll round up to 223. If this doesn't tell you why these big investments are happening, why a company like Microsoft is making their biggest acquisition ever in the company's history, and I think these numbers kind of tell you a little bit of that story. But they go on to say, and again, this is coming from VentureBeat. This was mainly based off the report that came from Newzoo, so definitely check them out. But a Newzoo report predicts that game market revenue will hit another record high this year. It also predicts that US will surpass China in games revenue, though only by a small margin. In other revenue-related news, mobile gaming revenue will likely surpass 100 billion for the first time this year. That's $100 billion. They do go on to say games revenue are projected to hit 203 billion via consumer spending this year, and gaming has seen a massive spike in revenue over the last few years. Again, we can attribute a lot of that to COVID if you want. A lot of people have spent some time inside. I think the other part of that story is people have seen the value in gaming. Are starting to see the value in gaming. Gaming is much more than just a hobby. There are some health benefits there. There are some, it's a hobby at the end of the day. So, and it's just being a lot more welcome. So that's a beautiful thing to see. Again, Again, they do go on to say, hey, likely driven by the pandemic. According to Newzoo's report, player numbers will also hit a record high this year. Again, key point here, like we've spoken to and like Phil has spoken to, says 3.09 billion players specifically. Newzoo also predicts the market will reach 222.6 billion in 2024. So if you go on to look at this chart here, if you guys can see it, it kind of tells you who's spending what, where, right? In the money. So right now, the Asia Pacific is the most, get that $96.3 billion invested into gaming right now. North America, that's kind of the numbers that they were using, even though the 52 billion for China, I'd imagine is going to be part of that Asia Pacific number. But for North America and China to be kind of right there, again, North America 6.6% year over year. It's growing, man. Like, if you just look at the other countries too, like 203 billion just going into 2020. Again, like you see here, that 5.4% year over year. It's growing more than it ever has before. And again, like we say here, at this point, it's at a constant growth. And I don't see it slowing down, especially if we get some of these, let's say, I don't want to say genre defining. It's not genre defining because we're not talking about games, but let's say hardware defining or tech defining or future, not necessarily future proof, but we mentioned here quantum computing. There's a numerous amount of different things that could end up being implemented that could push the industry forward and get your typical consumer to want to go ahead and invest in the new ecosystem, right? We've had the conversations here. It only takes a few things for people to realize, like, oh, $249 for a next generation console investment immediately. At that point, it's just an automatic buy. It's too good of a deal to not to invest. But then they go on to say that, let's see here. The report indicates that U.S. will beat China in games revenue by a nose. The U.S. will generate 50.5 billion and China 50.2 billion. Again, they're just kind of going over the numbers and everything here. I don't want to get too much into the nitty gritty. We're not super number guys here. But one of the number one things that I did want to get into, and it's part of the reason why, again, I think people are starting to understand what that move was for Activision Blizzard. Again, the biggest part of it was King and getting to that mobile market. And also cloud also, right? So mobile gaming revenue will pass 100 billion. The mobile market claims the other revenue milestone in the report. The market is expected to surpass the 100 billion market this year, 103.5 billion more specifically. This means it would account for over half of all games revenue for 2022. This is telling you where we are headed going into the future and why mobile gaming and cloud gaming is so specific. Now, I do want to bring this back so you guys can see me, because there is a major point that I do feel like people are skipping. Mobile gaming and cloud, yes, they do go hand in hand with each other, but cloud is not specific to mobile gaming. And I hate when people try to make it exclusive to mobile gaming. Cloud is supposed to be, hopefully, as we move further into the future, and then depending on how technology moves forward, again, networks and getting internet access to more people across the globe, if you are able to broaden access and give people more of an availability to play games through the cloud, it's not just mobile. This is from a stream stick. This is on your TV. This is on any one device that you want to use. And that's the play that's in motion currently. Though the biggest way that it does tie together, in my opinion, is that cloud and mobile tie in very well in pushing the industry forward. Because let's be honest, now your cell phone isn't running these modern day games just directly off the cell phone. That's not happening, right? Now it can be debatable depending on which house you're talking about, whether that's Nintendo.
My phone isn't 12 teraflops.
No,
I
don't. Your phone isn't 12 teraflops. Now it is powerful enough to run Nintendo Switch games, but that's neither here or there.
Because Switch is mobile.
Exactly. So, but again, that's a completely different dark hole we can go down. But again, the further we're able to, that the companies are able to develop the cloud, which is then number one market. I want to kind of, because the number also came out, and I don't have the number here. If I'll find it in the background, but cloud gaming is actually one of Microsoft's number one avenues for revenue right now. Wow. That is their one.
It is the number one. Azure, yeah.
Exactly.
31%.
I want to find I think we sent that in the DMs actually.
Yeah, I sent that to you. I think I sent that to you.
I'm going back a little bit because I thought that was a really interesting thing to see because again, it helps you paint the picture of where the future is.
Hold on.
And I'll find it here. I'll find it here in a moment.
Yeah, I could send it to you again.
If you can find it quicker than I can, then perfect. But we got quite a few things here. I don't know if it got sent in the more recent things that you sent here. I
thought I resent it here. I'll just resend it to you.
Oh, it's all good. But either way, again, for Azure Cloud to be Microsoft's number one, not only investment, also revenue kind of market that they have going right now, shows you where things are kind of going for the future, whether we're going to see how much the cloud can be implemented in our modern day games. We do have some examples of, like Forza does use some of that, Forza Horizon. Also, the biggest proponent of that is going to be Flight Sim, where you get that biggest example of information being pulled from the cloud to kind of give you that real-time data, real-time weather, and everything else. So there's a lot of potential to be had here. Again, we see people like famously known Hideo Kojima, who also has an idea of how to implement the cloud infrastructure in a game. There's just so much potential that could be had here. And just seeing that, again, along with us, I'm not saying that we know we have all the information. I didn't go to school for game analysts or anything else, but for us to be one of the main proponents of sitting here always saying that, look, gaming is growing, it's healthier than ever. Competition is more alive than it's ever been before. Gaming is not being monopolized currently. There's more people who are looking to invest in more companies and dev teams that are coming out than we've ever seen before. I just think it paints a different picture. Pong, what do you think about these numbers that I'm kind of putting out here for you? With the game market kind of growing 5.6% year over year. I know that might not seem like a lot for a lot of people, but we're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars, $200 billion. It's across the board. What is this telling you, man? This is kind of go in line with some of the things we've said here previously? Does this paint the future for you? What are you thinking, man?
Of course, man. This is everything we talk about. Again, none of us run $1 million, $1 billion, $1 trillion companies. None of us, a lot of us have, never climbed the heights of the business world, but there's some basic knowledge that if you've ever had interest in business, that if you've ever done some investing, that if you ever started your own business, anything like that, there's some basic business here that still obviously transfers across whether it's a small business doing $50,000 a year or whether it's a $1 trillion company. There's some basics here, right? And this is what you're seeing the growth of an industry that at one point people laughed at or pushed off to the side or dismissed as nothing but a kids industry, that there was nothing but alongside the toy industry. And here we are in 2022, watching this industry explode as people change their habits on where they spend the money, how they spend it, and what they get entertained by. And this interactive media that we call gaming is taking the world by storm. And the reason why is because the accessibility worldwide is growing to a degree where anybody on any device can pick up and find a game to play, whether that's a straight up mobile game or whether you are getting introduced to the
cloud, and all of a sudden you've got access to much more, as you stated, Steel, much more complex gaming experiences on your cell phone, tablet, TV, whatever the case may be, or whether you have a console or a PC, that you've been a gamer and that you like those type of experiences that you get there. That means that just this industry as a whole has picked up the pace over previous generations, over previous years, not in small part due to the pandemic, which obviously sped up a lot of things. But now that we're starting to go beyond the pandemic, a lot of those people that picked up gaming for the first time are holding on to that hobby as something they've now introduced into their life. Whereas we see Netflix losing subscribers, right? Because they haven't been able to put out the content that's going to keep people interested. Some of those people as well have found gaming to be that form of kickback, relax, and enjoy, because it does give you a whole different type of experience from just binge watching a show. Again, you are interacting with your entertainment, and people are starting to find that to be a much better experience. That's why the gaming industry has become the number one entertainment industry in the entire world, because it's not just sitting there. Sure, there are times we all like to just sit there, stare at a screen, and we don't have to think, right? We just stare at a screen, take in what's given to us, whether it's sports, whether it's movies,
whatever it
doesn't matter. Whatever it is. But for the most part, most people like that interactive style, whether it's a simple little, Candy Crush on your mobile phone, you're still interacting with it, or whether it's some big, gigantic Western RPG like Skyrim, right? There's different things for everybody out there in the gaming, just like there is movies, TVs, books, sports, all that kind of stuff, right? Whatever you like, you can find. And I think that this speaks to that. Again, the accessibility now is getting to a point, the tech is getting to the point where there are very few gates to be passed through to get into gaming. And that's a big part of that. Something we've spoken about constantly here. It's something that Phil talks about. It's something that everybody in the game industry talks about, is that is what's opening up these markets and why this is becoming such a huge deal at this point. And from Microsoft's standpoint, we'll touch on the cloud stuff and what happened with Fortnite. Cloud is everything. Azure servers, they are in a battle right now with AWS, with Amazon, right? They are in a battle right now for server dominance, because this is where not just gaming, but most industries are going to be connected to the cloud in some capacity. And whoever controls the cloud controls the future, right? And Microsoft understands this. That's why, again, even though gaming, if you look at the graph that you were talking about, Steel, gaming right now to Microsoft is still only 9%, right? It's only 9% of their total. So it's under 10%. And yet they are investing more into gaming than nearly any other part of their company. Why? Because that's the fuel that drives a lot of what they're looking for in the cloud services division. They know that if they can capture the majority of the gaming market, that means their Azure servers is going to grow in profitability even more so. They get this concept. Obviously, this is why they're $1 trillion company, $2 trillion company, is because they get this. This is services. This is something we always talk about. This is what they are experts in, is services, right? Software and services.
Yep.
Guess what? Gaming fits into those perfectly.
Guess what? Cloud
One in the
is?
same. That's what cloud is. One in the same.
The service.
And again, we've heard Sarah Bond come out and talk about how they go into sales meetings now when they are trying to go to a company that is looking for cloud help, not in the gaming industry. It could be in construction. It could be in engineering. It could be in shipping. It could be in a million other industries. When they walk into those meetings and those companies are like, hey, this is what we need help with. This is where we want to know what your cloud Azure services can do for us. They bring in stats and examples from the gaming side of things and show how that correlates into other industries when it comes to the cloud and how Microsoft can help them out. That's why gaming Xbox has become so gigantic to Microsoft. That is why Phil now has the title CEO of Microsoft Gaming, not
100%.
Xbox Gaming, Microsoft Gaming, because they know the future. They see these charts. They have the same analysts they have the same group. They have a group of analysts that do the same work that are watching this industry explode across the entire world and understand that that translates to everything else they do as a software and service provider. And so therefore, that's why you see the investment. So these numbers don't surprise me. I think these numbers continue to grow. It hasn't even come close to peaking this industry yet. And as long as tech continues to advance, and as long as we get new experiences and they open up new markets, including VR down the road, right? VR right now is small, but I'm not dumb enough, even though I'm not interested until they strap me down, lock me in, Matrix style, into a virtual reality. Not until that point will I be interested. But that doesn't mean that there's not a whole hell of a lot of people out there that are going to get interested in VR and what that can bring to them. As long as this tech keeps expanding out this way, that's exactly what you're going to see. You're going to see more and more people come in, which means more and more revenue coming in, which means more and more investment coming in, which means all the better stuff for us as gamers, because we get more on the back end, because they have to provide us with content to keep this growth going. They don't provide us with content, it stalls, right? So we get the benefits at the end of the day as gamers.
100%.
So that's why this circle of life that we have in this industry is just so fascinating right now because of where we're at. And we're still, again, we're not even close to peaking. It's just starting to expand out into, like you've talked about, Steel, the mobile market, all those kind of places. Yes, it's already gigantic, but the potential is even more. Right, this is a deep mine right here with lots of gold to be found, and that's what's happening, because as Microsoft as one of the leaders, or as the leader right now in cloud tech, and allowing people on their phones, their tablets, soon to be apps on your TV, soon to be streaming device for under $100 just plugged into your TV, as they allow and grow those experiences so that all of a sudden there's very little difference. Sure, as Phil's talked about, there's always going to be a premium experience to be had with physical hardware. But as they invest into their cloud technology and make that experience as close as possible to actual hardware, consoles, PC, whatever, guess what? That just means that more people are going to jump into this space, because I can pick up my phone or my tablet. I can either use touch controls or hook up a controller, and all of a sudden I'm going to be able to play Starfield 11/11/22 on that device without owning a console, right? And some of us will still choose the premium side of things, but there are so many people. The kids coming up nowadays don't care. They don't necessarily care about that premium experience. They want ease of access. And Microsoft and Xbox are leading the way in that. And we see it slowly but surely growing this industry to the point now where we're over $200 billion, headed just upwards to $220 billion next year estimated. Look, I wouldn't be surprised if the chip shortage doesn't last to 2024. You got to take that into account, because now Intel higher ups are starting to say 2024. Let's say that it doesn't last that long, or let's say it improves a little bit. That means more graphic cards, more consoles out in the wild. That number could be underestimating. That number could be closer to $250 billion very easily. But that's why Microsoft is here in this gaming space, doing what they're doing, pushing things forward, changing the game with their subscription services like Game Pass. That's why I just see this expanding more. And don't be surprised, folks. And we'll talk about this a little bit because it kind of rolls into the cloud too. But don't be surprised that Microsoft really does see this future, and then we get a mobile Game Pass at some point where mobile people can experience the same thing we are experiencing on console, but with mobile games as well. But I think that Microsoft actually wants to shrink down the differences between mobile experience and between console and PC experiences, so that basically every game plays across every device, no matter where you are, whether it's a mobile game or whether it's a AAA home run, $200 million type game. It will run the same or as close to the same as possible across all devices, so that you just log in and you have a full library of all different experiences there for you, much like Game Pass is now,
Right.
but to an even greater degree. And I think that that's where they're finally headed for at the end of the day.
Yeah, no, 100%. I definitely agree. Yeah, I mean, even Ham Solo says, keep in mind, if you're still only playing on Xbox One, you can still stream these new games from Game Pass. And again, you can't do all games that way, but the more that they implement that and make it easier for people to jump into these games, again, a lot of it is going to depend on the internet. And you could also have that conversation. If you have an Xbox One still, maybe you don't value internet the same way somebody else may, as who is invested in this ecosystem, or more invested in the gaming. But the easier you make it, again, which is why we always say we are in the age of accessibility. The easier you make that, the more people that you can draw in. And again, I know people try to use the comparison that, oh, well, gaming is not TV shows and movies. It's not the same medium. It doesn't work that way. That's why subscription services isn't going to work for gaming. I'm always going to have to disagree with that, because I think the subscription model fits gaming better than it does TV and movies, personally, at least investment wise. Because once you get invested into a game, like people say, oh, that's hours of your day. That's hours of your time that you're not going to get back the same way you don't get it back from TV. Though with games, you have more control over the overall experience, and you can pause the experience whenever you want. And if you have the access to pause the game and jump back into it on any device, there is no way that you can convince me that more people aren't going to see that same thing, see the value in it, and be less inept to pull themselves out of the service, like what you see out of Netflix. Netflix is down 50 million subscribers. I don't see that happening with a gaming service, because you're investing into a library. It's like having books on a shelf, right? You don't complain about Audible. Your books don't go away in Audible or any of your other services. Your TV shows go away. Your movies go away if you get them digitally. You rent a movie for $10 or whatever right now. You have 48 hours of access. What the fuck? You go buy the movie from the store right now, it's $20, $15. But if you buy it for around that same price for a renter's fee, you have 48 hours of access. Like that, that's why I don't get when people say, oh, it doesn't work in over here, so it's not going to work in gaming. It's like, come on, dude. How much do you have in your library right now? How many hours have you spent into your games? You guys heard me. I have thousands of hours in games. Hundreds of hours in games. I invest in games that I love to play. I can't unsubscribe, because if I do, I no longer have access to those games. And it's not, I don't feel trapped by it, because again, like people say, game is an expensive hobby, right? Or is it? It doesn't have to be now. Nope. It doesn't have to be the same expensive hobby that people quote unquote say. You don't have to pay $300 to $600 for a console and buy $60 to $70 games added additionally, almost spending $1,000 for a console and a few games. That's not the world we live in anymore. And that's the point. And I know we're kind of going into a separate thing, but I just feel like this is an important conversation to have, because again, it's not up to me to sway your opinion one way or the other. You're going to feel however you want to. But that's why me and Pong at least speak on the bigger picture. While we pull ourselves out of the world, look at the darker crevices of the map and bring our resources back to say, look, you guys can fight and have console wars and think that and have fun. That's great. We'll throw our smoke in there and have a good time with it too sometimes. But to us, the picture is bigger than just console and console, Sony versus Microsoft, or whoever you want to put in that competition space. It's way bigger than that. It's how can we get more access to people? What happens when we get more access to people? Is that going to change the way games are developed? Is cloud going to change the way games are developed? Is quantum computing going to change the way games are developed? Is ray tracing even going to matter moving forward into the future? All these different terms and everything, how much of an impact is 8K going to have? 4K was the buzzword. Now we're getting the 8K. How much more picture quality can we get? We don't know yet. We have an idea. We can speculate, and that's all we can pretty much do. Pong, I mean, do you have anything to touch on some of the things that I stated right there as far as that goes? I mean,
no, I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head there, Steel. Again, people just have to realize that whether we like it or not, there'll always be a place for physical. Okay.
Yeah.
There always will be. Honestly, there will be. Again, we saw records come back. LPs are back in style again, right? There always will be a place for physical. But people do have to realize that at the end of the day, with the digital age, whether you agree or not, it does allow more people to enter this space.
Yes.
It gives people a greater chance at that accessibility with less barriers to entry because it is cheaper, because they can do things like subscriptions that you can't do per se with physical media. Right. Those things do allow this industry to continue to expand outward. And again, whether you like it or not, and I understand the fears, okay? Yeah. I do get it, but that's not, our fears aren't going to stop tech from moving forward, and it's not going to stop these companies from investing in what they know, because again, this is business. Without the business side of things, we would not be playing these games. We may still have Nintendo around because Nintendo is a toy company basically, right? So but it would not be to the degree it is without the business side, without the profitability. So there's bad things that come with that, and we've seen them.
Yeah,
there are things that come out. There's predatory practices that these companies definitely have tried to do, but still, overall, I'd much rather have this gigantic industry continue to expand out because more people can jump in and find fun and entertainment in the games they're playing than I would to have a closed off industry like we did back in the day that was limited, that was pushed off to the side, that was laughed at, that only had a couple players in it. I'd much rather have more players in it, not just from gamers, but also from companies trying to win me over, trying to earn my money, trying to give me better experiences, more experiences for less at the end of the day, so that I choose their, whatever it may be, subscription, their console, whatever it may be, their game. I'd much rather have that than the old ways where we were at the mercy of a Nintendo and a Sega, where we did have, if you go back and look at the ads, Nintendo coming out with new tech that supposedly was mind-blowing, and maybe it was at the time, but charging $90, $100 per game, right? That did happen. Yeah. Nintendo actually was selling games back then for that much money. It's insane to me, and it's insane to other people who go back and look at that, but that's what happens when you don't have competition, when you don't have accessibility, when you don't have these things, right? So again, I'd rather have options than not to have options. So at the end of the day, this is all good news. Again, we can have the discussions about where it's going. We can have the discussions about what it means to own something or to not own something these days. I get that, but it's already happened to us. Again, just 10 years ago, there was an uproar about whether or not the Kinect was going to be watching us at all times. We now know legit that our phones are listening and watching us at all times.
Have been at all times. That way.
And none of us have given up the phones. Right? None of us stopped buying phones and said, no, we don't want this. We're not going to have this. Look, when I'm talking to the wife about something and 5 minutes later I go on a website and all of a sudden I got ads popping up for that exact item.
It's like, come on, dude. What are we really doing?
Come on, man. come on, man. We all know that we're being spied on. We all know that we're being listened to, but we still have not rose up and said, enough's enough. We're not going to stand for this anymore. And trashed all of our phones. It doesn't happen. So again, we are going to go along with the flow, whether that's right, wrong. Again, that's a whole separate conversation. The fact is, tech's going to continue to move forward. I'm looking at the benefits of it as a gamer and what it does for me, my pocketbook, my time, and all the different experiences I can now have at a much, much greater value than I ever would have thought possible when I was a kid or a teenager or even in my 20s. I would have thought I'd see this day.
Yeah,
Never.
no.
Just like music.
No.
Just like music, just like movies, just like Spotify. I can go on to Spotify. I don't have to own 2,000 CDs now. I can go find any song and find new music that I've never heard of before that I would never even know to look for in a store.
Pong, let me give you a great example, and I'm gonna pull from work. There was a guy that called in. He was having issues with his library, right? Apple. Come to find out, he had like fucking over like 30,000 songs or whatever. He had 128 gigs on his device, right? He was having issues, didn't understand why his playlist disappeared or whatever the case may be. Long story short, come to find out, because we were getting him set up and everything, and he was like, oh, well, the way that we're doing it right now, it has the songs getting put directly on my device, and that's not the way that it was before. I was like, what do you mean? He was like, oh, well, the music was just playing from like the cloud or whatever. Like, I just had access to it. I didn't have to connect my phone to to a laptop and put music on my phone and everything. I was like, oh, okay, well, that tells me if you didn't have music directly on your phone, then you were subscribed to a service, right? Yeah. He was like, oh, no, I was just getting it from the cloud. And I was like, let's do this. I was like, get into Apple Music and see if those playlists are still there for you. Yeah. He was like, oh. He signed out, signed back in. For whatever reason, he got unsubbed or whatever, so he resubbed. And then magically, his playlist started popping back up. It was, all my stuff is back. What'd you do? Yeah. And I was like, somehow you got unsubscribed to Apple Music, man, and that's why you didn't have access to that stuff anymore. Oh, man, that's great. That's fantastic. I didn't know how that happened. So I don't have to put all this music on my phone? Like, no, I mean, that's not the way that you did it before. No, you don't have to. No, you don't have to. So, right. Fantastic. That's exactly what I wanted. And I was like, you don't realize it. Yeah. And I think, and that's the point that we're going to start getting to where you just have access to it. Yeah. Just there. Again, like you said, Pong, I wouldn't have expected music from me to be downloading music illegally on LimeWire or Napster or whatever else the case might be. Yep. To us now having a streaming service where I'm not even questioning whether I have music on my phone or not. Right. I used to be a main proponent, CDs, MP3 players, whatever, Walkman, you came up with that. Like, we came up in an era where I had to literally download music and drag and drop it onto a device for me to be able to listen to anything. Now I have access to music going back to the 70s and 60s, even further, at a click of a button. Yeah, classic. And not only that, Pong, these apps will mix and put playlists together depending on what I like to listen to. That is crazy to me. And gaming's doing the exact same thing. You go through your Xbox, the Xbox recommends games to you. Game Pass recommends games to you. PlayStation recommends games for you to play. Your phone, again, like Paul was just talking about, they're listening. But they're listening to help tailor your experience. Oh, you like cars? Oh, let's show you some Skylines. Oh, you like Skylines? Oh, let's show you some more Japanese cars. Oh, you like mods? Oh, here's some tuned cars. Oh, how about you play this new Need for Speed Heat game? That's the point that we can get to. That's kind of the point that we're at now. And it's just amazing to me. It's a beautiful thing. It is definitely an up and down kind of thing. Like we used to make mix CDs. That was a huge thing. My mom had a freaking binder of CDs, bro. Every CD that came out since 1970, she had a CD for.
You're talking to the guy who saw the invention of the Walkman. Okay,
you did, bro.
Right. You're talking to a guy that watched people, like, we went from just only having music available on big stereos at our house, if you're lucky, right? Or in the car, to being able to take your music with you, Walkman style, on tape cassette with headphones on. That was a big deal,
Yep.
right? Right? That was a huge deal. Bro, that's like the tech just keeps going. Like you said, one day you just don't realize, but you just all of a sudden have access and you don't even think about it
Yep.
anymore. It's just like now, it's just like we went from having 4 channels with rabbit ears on our TVs to now all of a sudden going, man, I want to watch this movie. Which service do I have to go watch this movie, right? I can find it instantaneously. Somebody's playing it somewhere, right? That's how crazy tech works. Again, I posted something in the DMs this week too. 20 years ago, the fastest supercomputer in the world was the IBM ACS or ASC2 White or something they called it. One of those supercomputers that filled up a room with a theoretical power of 12.3 teraflops. That was just 20 years ago. What has 12 teraflops today? My freaking, in comparison, small little Xbox Series X sitting right over there. That was just 20 years ago. Bro, mind-blowing stuff when it comes to tech and where we're going to be in the next 20.
So. Yeah, I mean, 100%. Again, it just, the main reason me bringing that up is just to kind of show you the evolution of where we're at now and why we get excited for these types of things, man. Again, can't go understated enough for sure. Man, Pong, where do you want to go from here, man? It definitely depends where we want to take the conversation. We've definitely knocked out a few things here. What you thinking?
Well, let's just jump right into the cloud stuff then, because we're talking about it. Let's jump into what happened with Microsoft circumventing Apple, Android, everybody circumventing with Epic, all of the app stores, and getting Fortnite to work on any device, any browser, without any Game Pass necessary. Just gotta log into your Xbox account, and you've got Fortnite for free anywhere you are.
Yeah, and this is seemingly has caused other issues also. I don't know, for those who notice, if you game on Xbox or if you're gaming the Xbox ecosystem, yesterday, and that's going to be the May 6th, ran into some issues yesterday of just getting online. We're not getting online, but just playing games. And again, this does open a deeper conversation for, I guess people were saying, we're bringing up DRM again. This started that whole conversation again. Oh, look at what DRM does. I can't even get access to my games. And it's like, even if you had the disc, I don't know if you'd be able to play your game right now because of how things are set up. Well, I mean, that's also another fact that the disc is kind of useless sometimes in this day and age, where it's just reading the license off the disc and you still have to be connected regardless. So what seemingly was happening last night, and it had to be server issues to where games that you owned, you didn't have access to. I was coming up with errors. I had things coming up saying, hey, make sure you're connected to the internet. Once I saw those come on and I was still surfing the internet just fine, I was checking my bill. But making sure everything was good to go, just troubleshooting. Obviously, we were having some server issues due to, I would say, more than likely, this whole interaction that happened with Epic and Microsoft teaming up to sidestep Apple's Fortnite ban. So essentially, for those, if you've been sleeping behind a rock, underneath a rock, whatever the case may be, Fortnite is now available to stream on Android and iOS devices through Microsoft's cloud platform. This article is going to be brought to you by Protocol, and the article is written by Nick Stat. Again, this article came out on May 5th. I'm gonna see if I can show you guys this article here. It's Satya. We're gonna get Satya to go away for us really quickly. Pull Satya down. Glad I was able to pull that picture up for us. All right, but here we go. Coming from Protocol. So Fortnite is back on the iPhone thanks to new partnership between Epic Games and Microsoft that sidesteps the Apple Store ban Apple handed down back in August 2020. Been dealing for this for a couple years now. Crazy to think of. The game is available to stream starting Thursday in 26 countries. So Thursday was May 5th. In 26 countries around the world where Microsoft's Xbox Cloud Gaming is available in beta. It's part of a new push at Xbox to utilize its Azure cloud platform and Microsoft's existing investment in cross-platform play to enable what the company is calling Xbox Everywhere. Again, you saw that graphic earlier about how much of money that Microsoft was seeing from cloud services. This ties right into that. We want to empower everyone around the world to play games they want with the people they want on the devices they already own. Oh, snap, wrote Catherine Gluckstein, Microsoft's vice president and product chief for Xbox Cloud Gaming. Since Fortnite was banned almost 2 years ago from the Apple and Google App stores, Epic has waged a bitter antitrust fight against both companies, resulting in an explosive lawsuit against Apple that went on trial about 1 year ago. And for those who aren't familiar with what happened with this trial and everything, definitely check out Hogue Law's content. He has a slew of videos that are going over everything that happened during this trial, and his opinions on it and what it means and everything else. It's a lot more, it's a lot deeper than a lot of people expect. So I would definitely suggest you checking out Hogue Law's content for that. And that is Hogue Law on YouTube. The resulting outcome was not favorable to Epic, but it did apply significant pressure to Apple. And the case is now caught up in a web of appeals as Apple attempts to avoid making court-ordered changes to its software business. Let me tell you, and I can tell you why. It's because Apple wants to keep everything as a closed garden, where you have to go to Apple, through Apple, do Apple to do anything. Again, monopoly conversations come up, but something different and bad. There's plenty of competition out there, but you can definitely see how Apple's kind of trying to tread that fine line. But either way. Meanwhile, regulatory pressure in the US and overseas scrutinizing Apple and Google's treatment of developers and the company's 30% commission on digital goods has forced both tech companies to compromise in various ways. While momentum has also been building for unprecedented App Store legislation like EU's Digital Marketing Act, Europe, and the US's Open App Markets Act. Now, while Epic may not have a way to return to the App Store and Play Store on its own terms, as it once hoped, the game maker does have browser-based cloud services it can rely on while it continues its legal fights. And I know people try to make it seem like, oh, look how much money Sony invested into Epic. You know who's been investing in Epic for a long time, a lot longer than Sony has? You guys want to take a wild guess? Epic. Microsoft. They've been hand in hand with each other since damn near the beginning. Damn near. Again, if you want to take it back to PC gaming, Unreal Tournament. Look, this is something that has been in play for a long time, and it just throws me up the wall when people make it seem like all of a sudden a company that does not use Unreal Engine like that is all of a sudden going to have the most market share that known to man. That's just not the case. And Microsoft has more access and more of the tools that Epic needs to go in the direction that they want to go, especially with games like Fortnite. So it only makes sense that they teamed up together to make sure that they can provide a service to their customers, right? So this isn't the first time a cloud gaming service has been used to circumvent Apple and Google's App Store bans on Fortnite. Epic and NVIDIA teamed up last year to release a cloud-based version of Fortnite, which launched back in January on the chipmaker's GeForce Now platform. The version of the game required you to sign up for the platform and use either a restricted free tier or one of NVIDIA's paid plans, but it nonetheless was a fully fledged version of the Battle Royale hitting stream from a remote server. Microsoft says this new partnership with Epic won't involve any restrictions whatsoever. You need only a Microsoft account in an iPhone, iPad, Android phone, tablet, or a Windows PC with internet access. You won't need to sign up for Xbox Game Pass, and you won't need any recurring subscription or membership to any Microsoft project. The game will play live at xbox.com/play, and it will support controller play or native touch controls if you're playing on a smartphone or tablet. It's an important step to add a free-to-play title to the cloud gaming catalog as we continue our cloud journey. We're starting with Fortnite, and we'll look to bring more free-to-play games. Excuse me. I don't know how I just got lost in the sauce. I'll start over. It's an important step to add a free-to-play title to the cloud gaming catalog as we continue our cloud journey. We're starting with Fortnite, and we'll continue to bring more free-to-play games people love in the future. Bluxley explained. At Xbox, we want to make gaming accessible to the 3 billion players around the world, and cloud has an important role in that mission. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't bring that infographic up for no reason. You see the moves that are happening. I just want to inform you about the potential. That's it. I'm not saying it's the end all to be all. I want to inform you of the potential. Quite simply, we want you to have more choice in both the games you play and the way that you choose them, and the way to choose to play them. Pong, I've talked enough. I've broke down this article. I've said some key points here. How do you feel about this cloud gaming movement? Microsoft and Epic teaming up again, and they also, Epic teaming up with NVIDIA, they seemingly get around ways to give more access to its gamers, especially on a cloud platform. What does it spell for you, man? Is it a doom and gloom scenario? All games are going to be trash moving forward because they're all going to be mobile games and all going to be ran through the cloud, and we're never going to get games that we like anymore. It's all going to be service-based. What does this tell you, man? What's going on?
No. The dystopian future is not real. Again, there's always a chance at everything. I never deal in absolutes. Only Sith deal in absolutes. Look, the point being here is that this is Xbox's ultimate end game. We've talked about it here before, Steel.
Right.
We've hinted at it during today's conversations. I've talked about it a little bit. That's why it all rolls right into this move. These are the beginning salvos of what Microsoft really is trying to do here. And they've got some people standing in their way, not people as individuals. I'm talking about companies, Apple being one of the main ones. Because of these locked down ecosystems that Apple employs when it comes to their app store and their ridiculous 30% fees that they charge developers. This goes against what Microsoft and Xbox is trying to do. It's incredible to see that the Microsoft that was vilified in the 90s over their monopolistic type ways, their bullying type ways. Don't get me wrong, that's still there because they're so dang powerful. But the point being is it's crazy to see them go from that vilified company who they themselves were trying to dominate and block everybody else out of something when it came to operating systems and when it came to Internet Explorer and all that kind of stuff, to go to now, because it coincides with, yes, on the back end, they want to be the dominating force. They want to be the main supplier of cloud with their Azure servers. That because that is the end goal, and yes, again, I said they want to dominate. They do not want AWS as a competitor. They want to have the lion's share of cloud service as being the lion's share of the cloud service providers. They want to be that dominating force. But because that is their end goal, up front, they now want to be the good guys. They want accessibility for everybody. They don't want to see these lockdown ecosystems. They want it wide open so that anybody can put their stuff in there. Why? Because again, that opens up the door for them to own the cloud kingdom at the end of the day. They want everybody to come in. You can have, and we've spoken about this, I've used this many times. They want to control the entire cloud kingdom, but they want you to come in and build your castle. Have all your little fun stuff right inside their cloud kingdom. They're cool with that because guess what? That means you're using their servers to host whatever content, whatever you're putting out there into the internet universe. You're establishing it and using their cloud servers. So this is what has come here.
Let me throw something at you, Pong. Because Swan G's brought up a good point. And I want to get your opinion on this because I know what I think I'm going to end up saying. But Quan G's, he's asked, and hopefully I'm saying your name right, brother. If not, please correct me. So I'm a stickler about that. I like to get people's names right. He says, he asks at least, how does mobile gaming help console gaming? It does not sound good, man. Mobile gaming with half of the revenue is scary. What do you think about that, man? Like, it kind of touches in with that cloud kind of conversation we're having right now. Because if more cloud gets implemented, the more mobile gaming is going to be a good point of access.
Look at the mobile game experiences. Look at where they've come from. And yes, you still have your Candy Crushes out there, right? But what else do you have? You have Diablo Immortal coming. You have Age Empires coming. You have Call of Duty Mobile. The mobile gaming market is maturing much the same way the console market did, and console gaming matured. And we continue to move forward. But mobile gaming is catching up even faster. It's taking a shorter amount of time to catch up with console and PC gaming. Why? Because it's understood that you can't just have a bunch of simple games out there and expect 2 to 3 billion people to show up every day and play. You got to have an experience for everybody.
Right.
And as long as we gamers, us, and again, I won't use the hardcore term, but as long as us gamers are still out there demanding better experiences, big experiences like Western RPGs, like all this stuff that comes into play, like the Call of Duties, the main Call of Duties, like Warzone, like all of that, they're still going to make that content. All that mobile side of thing does is bring in more people, and those people, if Microsoft has their way, those people will be able to instantly try other types of experiences like us, even if they are on a mobile device, and all of a sudden decide, I just don't like Candy Crush, or I just don't like these simplistic games. I like a little bit more complex games. Right. It introduces them to more experiences as well. And that mobile side of thing just means more money for the publishers to produce big experiences for all of us gamers that like those big experiences, right? I understand the fear again.
Yeah.
Is there
it's legit? I understand.
Right. There is in some universe on one of the timelines. Is there something that happens where gaming does become a dystopian wasteland and all we get is monetized mobile garbage every single day? And that's all we get to play? Sure. Absolutely. Likely? But do I think that the companies would survive on that? No, because I think a lot of the fans would walk away and leave. Yep. Because that's not what they're looking for. So again, I don't think it's going to change, and I don't think it's going to change for the worse. All it's going to do is open up more possibilities at the end of the day. And I think that, again, as more people try gaming, just like anything else, like you can start out reading a book, right? And you think that you're just into, some simple, let's say science fiction, right?
Right.
But all of a sudden, that science fiction gets you interested in something else, right? Or you decide, hey, you pick up another book and say, hey, this looks kind of interesting. All of a sudden, you're now reading something more complex, or you're reading a totally different genre, right? And all of a sudden, you're like, God, I really enjoy this too. And all of a sudden, now your reading's expanded, right? This happens with TVs, movies, anything, any form of entertainment. That's what happens. Is the gateway is the mobile market for the masses. But at the end of the day, they wind up experiencing, again, if Xbox has their way, if Microsoft has their way, where your content is all just available. You're not locked off. So when you log into a mobile phone, you don't just get to see the mobile games, right? You don't get to see all the simplistic games. No, everything. You see everything. And all it is a tap away, and somebody tries something more complex or something bigger and says, God, wow, I'm really having a good time. I like this. That's what this does for that. And so I think that's always important to keep in mind. Yes, again, I don't deal in absolutes. So is there a possibility? Yes, there's a possibility that this all ruins gaming as we know it. Of course there is. I'm not stupid.
Yeah.
Companies make stupid decisions all the time. But that's why it's so important that we have a healthy industry with a healthy Nintendo, with a healthy PlayStation, with a healthy Xbox, with a healthy PC market. We've got all these developers out there because, again, a lot of these developers, they didn't get into this industry to make mobile games. They get into this industry to make gigantic, huge experiences like Todd Howard and his team. Todd's never had the vision to make a mobile game. Have they made a mobile game? Yeah, they made Fallout Shelter.
Yeah.
Fallout Shelter to go along with
People loved
Fallout
it.
4. People loved it, right? But that's not why Todd got into the industry. Todd's dreams are Starfield. Todd's dreams are the Elder Scrolls, right? Huge dreams. He's not just about making mobile gaming, but if Microsoft and Xbox can make it so that any device you pick up can play any type of game with relatively close experiences, whether you're playing on hardware or whether you're streaming through cloud, if they can accomplish that, and that's what they're going for, well, again, then there's no barriers anymore. And we're going to continue to see all types of games. And I think that this is a good thing. So that's how I look at it. If you have a different opinion, I understand it. It's a conversation to have for sure. Steele and I have had this conversation plenty of times. It is something to think about, but it's going to be up to us gamers to tell everybody what we want, right? And again, that at the end of the day, it's business. If they don't make money, or if people start drifting off, or if the industry starts crashing, things are going to change. Things are going to be looked at. And if it's because they all decided to go to mobile type games, well, then they'll change, right? That's how things adjust. That's the correction, the course correction that is made when it comes to any industry. It doesn't matter if it's gaming or not. Right. Any industry goes through that course correction. So that's what I think. So, Steele, you got anything else to add to that part?
Oh, no, just on that specifically, I was going to say the same thing. The biggest thing is just money to me. Mobile gaming can be the biggest piece of the pie, but guess what? It can also be the biggest piece of the pie that's just bringing money in. It doesn't have to be the main games that are being played. Oh. I mean, again, I guess at the same point, it could be, quote unquote, because more people are going to have access to that. More people are going to be into those types of games. But like Pong just touched on, it's going to have them touch on other games that they may have not played. Exactly how Game Pass is doing that to us who are gamers, who are invested in the ecosystem. I've played more games than I've ever have before, or I should say not played more games. I have tried out more games than I would have ever had before because of services.
Right.
Again, same thing on PlayStation side. When I had my PlayStation 4, there were games that I tried out Bloodborne.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because it was available to me, right? Now, it's just that accessibility factor, right? And it was part of my subscription. I got it free. It happens, right? And I think, again, mobile game is going to have that same kind of effect. I don't see everything moving that way. And it is, like Pong mentioned, to me, it is a very heavy double-edged sword. It can literally go one way or the other. We definitely wanted to swing more so in the enthusiast, right, side of the spectrum versus just the money-hatting side of the spectrum, where we would get only one type of game. But as I have said here before, if people want to continue getting their single-player experiences as we move into the future, there has to be funding coming from somewhere. Because waiting 5 years for your single-player game to sell 20 million copies is not good enough.
Diversity is key.
It's the best option. I'm not putting a doom and gloom in here saying that, oh, it's going to go away if we don't do this. But it will be less and less if there is not a significant change in the market. You can't say gaming it's cost more to make games and the worlds are getting bigger than they ever have. And then also on the opposite end of the spectrum say, well, or in that same breath say, oh, well, 20 million copies, it's not good enough. I mean, we need more than that. Jim Ryan coming out and saying those same things. Phil has come out and said those same things, that it's not sustainable over time. We need something else. What do? You reach into other avenues to help support so you can trickle that down. Mobile gaming could be at the top. And guess what's going to get more support at the bottom? Everything else that's underneath that. Because that money's going to flow right on down. Whether you're a casual or not, cool. Guess who's going to support our hardcore hobbies? The casuals at that point. Our enthusiast hobbies, the casuals will. Isn't that a dope concept?
Yeah.
Again, I don't know if it's going to work that way. That's just what I'm anticipating.
No.
But that's kind of my thoughts. That's my thoughts on that. But Well, did you have some more that you wanted to add on as far as that cloud conversation goes?
Oh yeah, I just barely got into it and now I
fault.
forgot, but that's all right. It was a good conversation to have. It was a good question to be sure. And just keep this in mind too. Mobile experiences are created for a very specific purpose. Mobile experiences are very short timed. It's supposed to be short timed experiences that people can take in chunks of 15 minutes to maybe 45 minutes, an hour.
Right.
It's supposed to be that type of experience. You're not going to keep engagement with those types of experiences for most gamers who look for the bigger experiences that we're sitting down and having gaming sessions of an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, sometimes 5, sometimes 12
Right.
hours. That's not going to work with mobile type games. So they're always going to have other experiences that do give people that to keep the engagement, because you're not going to keep people subscribed just with mobile games, right? Yeah. So that's where that continuation will go. But as far as the cloud goes, let me get back on track here. Forgot where I was, but that's okay. It's no big deal. There's plenty to talk about here because this is huge. So again, when it comes to what this is bigger than most people are taking it, because most people just see Fortnite and say, oh, well, it's Fortnite, whatever. It's cool. Yeah. This plays out, and I'm going to add to what you read because I'm glad you brought up Nick Stat's article there from his website. But he also put out some tweets. He put out a series of tweets kind of explaining his article, but also kind of giving his deeper thoughts. And it fits right into our thoughts too, as well, Steel, which is cool. And he kind of piggybacked off Tom Warren as well. Okay. Tom Warren had put out a tweet that said Xbox Everywhere includes devices like a TV puck for xCloud gaming, which we heard about, apps for TVs, which we heard about, and even Microsoft's original plan to let you play all Xbox games you own through the cloud. And this Nick Stat piggybacked off that and said all of Microsoft's investments the past few years in cross-buy, cross-platform, cloud gaming, Xbox Smart Delivery, etc., are all coming together into what it's calling Xbox Everywhere. Remember that terminology. We haven't heard that term a lot yet. Guess what? We're going to start. This is Xbox's next big push, right? Xbox goes in waves, right? Yep. They have a new initiative that comes out, right? xCloud, right? We heard nothing but xCloud, right? For forever. The next big one here is going to be Xbox Everywhere. That's going to be their next big push. So get ready to start hearing that terminology, I think, more and more as we go through here. All coming together into what's called what it's calling Xbox Everywhere. Can't underestimate how much of a forward-looking play this is for Xbox. The console war, as gaming fans generally know it, an antiquated who ships more consoles to more living rooms contest, is irrelevant if you can basically play your Xbox library on whatever screen you want. That's the Microsoft end game here. Look, he also, how did he start out? He just went over kind of his article as to what it was going to be. He also talked about how Xbox plans on bringing more free-to-play games. Listen, Steel and I have been talking about this. If you listen to a lot of the shows in the community, you've heard this talked about from the Xbox side. Now, the Circus and the Clown Show want to tell you and keep you wrapped up in that console war narrative that it's about sales. And of course, on the opposite side, the Xbox Circus likes to come back and talk about that as well. Now that Xbox has pulled off some wins in NPD, all of a sudden the number games have come back again into play, right? That's the old antiquated way. We've been talking about this for a long time. Xbox no longer cares about that nonsense. They've told you that flat out. Sure. Is the console sale still a good thing? Absolutely. Of course it is, right? Of course it is. It's the main way as of right now for people to experience the Xbox and to experience the ecosystem. It still is. Yep. But Xbox is currently shifting that entire game. They've changed the rules. Eventually, that's going to matter less and less to Xbox because of what is being set up here. This move with Fortnite. And again, shout out to Jez and Rand over at Xbox 2. Jez said that he had heard a couple years ago that they actually planned on doing this with Halo Infinite first, right? They had planned on making Halo Infinite the first free-to-play game that you could play without Game Pass
through the cloud just by logging into your Xbox account through a browser, right? That's what they had planned on doing. But Fortnite comes along, Epic comes along, they start this lawsuit with Apple. Again, Microsoft Xbox wants in on that iOS ecosystem. They want to be able to put their Game Pass app in there so that people can start playing cloud games, and Apple won't allow it. So all of a sudden, now they have this partner in Epic. And as Steele talked about, everybody talks about all this money that Sony's invested with Epic, and they're going to get preferential treatment. And at one point, it was,
okay,
Unreal's only going to be available on PlayStation.
Okay.
Look. Again, like Steele brought up, if you really want to look at who's making partnerships here, it's Microsoft and Xbox, because Epic has an invaluable partner in Microsoft, a $2 trillion. For as big as Epic is, they are dwarfed by Microsoft. Microsoft is all about what Epic's doing here and trying to open up these app stores and trying to make sure that they're not locked down. On top of the fact that the governments are now looking at big tech companies like Apple. Yeah, they're scrutinizing Microsoft and Xbox right now because of the Activision Blizzard deal, but they're more focused on the Apples of the world, the Metas of the world, and what they're doing. And so what this does is, by doing this team up, by them circumventing the entire App Store, because I read some people out there, just wait until the next iOS update. They're going to lock down Safari. So access it.
Now you're infringing on people's rights.
let me tell you something. I would not put it past Apple to try that, but Microsoft now again has put themselves in the position that if Apple retaliates against this decision to allow Fortnite in a perfectly legal way to circumvent their app store and be free to play, if Apple does come out and retaliates and tries to put in blockers, Microsoft looks over at the government and goes, see, we're the good guys here. We're trying to let everybody play no matter where they are. Hey, Apple's now trying to block this, even though we did everything by the books. Now Apple's trying to block this. And the government's already in Apple's business for these practices.
Closed off ecosystem.
Exactly. So guess what? The spotlight gets even brighter and hotter on Apple. This is a chess move. This is not checkers.
Exactly.
Folks. This is chess. They are going for checkmate. They want to take a crowbar to these closed doors, these closed app stores, and they want to bust them wide open and allow everybody, not just themselves, everybody to fly in and be able to get into these ecosystems and make money just like everybody else wants to, without Apple taking 30% cuts, with all these ridiculous restrictions and you got to have a separate app for every single game you want to put on our store and all this kind of nonsense that they've been doing. That's what Xbox and Epic are doing with this decision. And like Steele said, if it's any indication, if what happened yesterday was more than just a coincidence, with Xbox being down, with cloud services being down, again, everybody can poo-poo that it's Fortnite. Fortnite is still one of the biggest games in the world to this day, okay? And it's only growing because they have mastered the marketing aspect of Fortnite. They've got it down, right? This is how it works. But they were going to try it with Halo Infinite. But guess what? They found even a bigger worldwide name as far as player base goes in Fortnite. And if it did cause those troubles yesterday, it cannot be understated how big of a deal this is. Because again, even though people don't need to have a Game Pass subscription, they can just log into all they need is an Xbox account, and they can play Fortnite free on any device. That still introduces those people to Xbox. Fortnite now becomes partially associated with Xbox for all those people playing on iOS, especially, that are using this to circumvent all those kids that are getting into Fortnite again on their iOS devices that have been locked out of it. And we know the kids love to play on those. They don't care. They don't care. They don't care if they have a controller or they're playing on their phone tap. They don't care. Now they are logging into an Xbox account. That introduces them to Xbox. that makes Fortnite associated with Xbox and can lead to all of a sudden going, oh, what else is Xbox going on? And all of a sudden they start seeing ads, and all of a sudden they start looking into Game Pass, and all of a sudden that turns around into them running to their parents saying, can I get Game Pass? I want to play these other games. Can I get Game Pass? Their parents look at that's how it works. And you can say that's small, right? You can try to downplay that and say, whatever. Word of mouth starts spreading that way. This is a masterful play by Xbox to get this done, by Microsoft to get this done. Because again, once they get this door cracked open, it's never closing again. They are now talking with the FTC and the DOJ as part of their board as to how to open things up across all internet, across all ecosystems. Because again, Xbox, Microsoft, with their play, their ultimate play is the cloud and Azure servers. They do not care if their own ecosystem has to be open. If Sony wants to put their games in Microsoft's ecosystem, they'd be all for it. Go right for it. They want that to happen because they know they will control the back end side of things because of everything they've done to this point to set up for this unbelievable transition in the industry, in all overall entertainment, to a more digital age. And that means the cloud. That's why you hear them talking about cloud development. Yeah. That's why we're going to see more and more games talking about this cloud. Project Belfry, Jez talked about it yesterday on Xbox 2. Project Belfry, to some degree, is going to be cloud-based gaming. That's why you hear about this Kojima deal possibly going through in the background to create a full cloud-developed game that has all types of different accessibility mechanics that we haven't thought of yet, or maybe some that we have, but they are going to be implemented to a different degree because they want people using the cloud to develop games that are going to be accessible across all platforms, that the cloud can take over all the computing power so that your phone at some point will be able to cloud stream any game, anywhere, anytime. Doesn't matter how big, doesn't matter if it's petabytes of data like Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Yeah.
Or whether it's a simple game coming from King down the road like a Candy Crush. It's going to know what device you're on, and it's going to be able to do the calculations to be able to stream that and give you basically the same experience you would have off of any hardware. I'm telling you, folks, that is Microsoft's and Xbox's end game here, because it will all be run on Azure servers. And right now, that is the moneymaker, and they know that's the future for not just the gaming industry, again, across all industries. As things move to the cloud, they want to be the kingdom holders where most people go to support whatever industry they're in, but they're using gaming as the fuel to prove that it works, that it can be done. Because as Sarah Bond has said, gaming off the cloud, gaming development, gaming streaming, playing games, any part of gaming that has to deal with the cloud is much more complex than any other industry when it comes to data and handling that data.
Yep.
And they can transfer that to any industry and say, look, if we can do this in gaming,
we can do it anywhere.
Your industry anywhere, right? So that's the big move here. This is a huge first step towards that. Again, love these chess moves. Again, I'm playing armchair CEO here.
Yeah, facts.
I'm not in the boardrooms. I don't know the ultimate plans. Just taking that satellite view and watching how this plays out, though, I can see the dots connecting. Right? I can see how this is going to play out. But yeah, Steel, those are my thoughts. Just love this stuff, man. This is fun.
It gets me excited, man, because again, I know it's so easy just to have a, oh, well, what are you into conversation? Well, what do you want conversation? Like that's such an easy conversation I can have with you. And it's going to be very one-sided because I know what I want as a consumer, right? And I mean, in gaming it's a two-sided thing, right? It's two-faced because not only are you a consumer, but you're also an investor. You're investing in what you're consuming. You have to purchase these games, and your investment can determine whether you get a second game. It can determine whether you get more content for that game. It can. Jacob Novick had a question for you, Pong. He says, I saw that Xbox promoted a COD pack on Twitter. Thought they can't do that because Sony have the marketing rights.
Well, there's always little holes within any contract, so it just depends how that contract's written and what Microsoft can do, what they can't do. You know, again, there's certain content that maybe Sony has locked down that, you know, is exclusively going to be promoted by PlayStation for Call of Duty, but maybe one of those little packs or whatever the case may be was outside of that, and Activision Blizzard cut a deal with Microsoft to allow that to happen. Again, not every contract is airtight that like nothing can be outside of it. Maybe some things expire as the contract moves on. And then there's certain DLC or certain packs that are no longer included in that exclusivity marketing deal that all of a sudden Xbox has access to promote. So it doesn't shock me in the least, especially now that, you know, everything that's happening, and you know, they're partners without being partners right now because they legally can't be. But of course, Xbox now has some more inside information. Obviously, Activision Blizzard is going to be working closer with Xbox. That's why Aaron Greenberg put out a tweet when somebody asked him about things, Activision Blizzard games coming to Game Pass. He said, I can't talk about a lot right now, but there's some exciting things in the pipeline. Just wait. So they can cut deals. They still have to run a business, so they can cut deals with Xbox just like they would normally, even if they weren't being acquired by Microsoft. They just have to act like it's normal business. But at the end of the day, Microsoft and Xbox is basically paying themselves if they believe that acquisition is going to go through. Yeah. So it's favorable to make those types of deals right now. So I think that's probably why you're seeing that.
Yeah, I think the other part of that too is it might lead some credence to that marketing deal might be really on its way out.
Yeah.
And if that's
or it expired and the next one kicks in for Warzone 2, like Fifth Horseman just pointed out, the next Modern Warfare 2 and Warzone 2, that deal could be kicking in.
It could,
and the other ones could be expiring, right?
We also don't know if there is a deal there for Warzone 2 and for the next Call of Duty for just PlayStation. We don't know. We don't know if that's there. They haven't come out and said, "Hey, we haven't seen any special marketing." Soon. Hey, we're coming out.
See, June, brother. June, Modern Warfare 2. We're supposed to have an announcement, maybe a trailer. So
and I think I don't know. It could go a couple different ways, because if there is no system put on there at the end of that marketing spiel that they put on there, trailer, whatever they end up showing, if there's no systems placed there, I think we're going to be having a bigger conversation, because that kind of tells me that the marketing deal isn't there.
Correct.
Because Sony is going to make sure it is.
Yeah, and if it shows up at the Xbox showcase,
then we know.
Like Battlefield did.
Then we know. Then we definitely know.
Then we know.
But even Battlefield, though, I think did Microsoft drop out of the marketing for it, or was that still?
No, that was locked into place. They were locked in. Yeah, they had the marketing rights, but obviously with what happened with Battlefield, it's like whatever.
Yeah,
just that's money burned up, man.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. But again, we're gonna get a little boost because it's gonna be coming to Game Pass here shortly as they drop it in the vault. So
we'll get another I've been seeing people jump in, more people jump into it. So I don't know. Again, that's another one.
Yeah, again, overall, people, as Steel and I always promote here, again, we're thinking big picture. We're thinking 10, 15 years, 20 years down the road, right? That's the way Microsoft and Xbox is approaching everything right now. It's just, yes, there are some concerns about what could happen, but at this point in time, with the way that Microsoft and Xbox are looking at the industry and what they're trying to go for here, just imagine a day that you can log in and all of your content, whether it's movies, TV, audiobooks, it doesn't matter what we're talking about, games, all that content is readily accessible to you in one place where you don't have to log into a bunch of separate apps. And I think that that's the ultimate goal here for Microsoft Xbox, that you can just log in underneath one type of login and you're going to have access to most of your content in one place. And I ultimately see that as the future of entertainment, because again, accessibility, having all these different sub-services, not that you won't be still subscribed elsewhere, but that it's available in one convenient location. That is the next end goal, I think. And for a lot of people, but I think Xbox and Microsoft specifically, Amazon could still hold on to their kingdom or whatever else with AWS, because AWS is huge. There's Azure is still behind AWS. Amazon's always going to be there. That's why the fear is that Amazon really jumps into gaming, and all of a sudden now we've got a whole nother player involved. But at the end of the day, Xbox and Microsoft want to make it so that as much content that you own as possible is going to be accessible in one convenient location versus having all these different apps, having to log into all these different places whenever you want to watch something or play something or listen to something. They would rather just see it all underneath one big gigantic umbrella that they just so happen to own all the servers for, right? I think that's ultimately the end goal. That's what I see, at least. We'll find out if I'm right or wrong, but I think that that's where this is all going.
Yeah, I mean, and depending on how things go, again, I think hardware for both sides is going to become a thing of the past. Why not have a point of access, whether that's a subscription service or whatever you want it to be, where you can get into both on your TV, on a stick, or you got two individual sticks, whatever it is, but they're plugged into one device.
Yep.
You have access to it all across the board. There's nothing wrong with it. And guess what? Now that you don't have to develop hardware, guess where the money's going to go? Into developing better games.
Correct.
Not saying that's the idea.
Yeah, that's the idea. That's the ultimate, again, business being business. We've seen it plenty of times that the investment part of it starts taking control.
That's true.
And all of a sudden they start cutting corners.
That is true.
We have seen that.
That is true.
But we do hope with the right caretakers in place that do understand. That's why Phil's so important to this industry. And I can't stand anybody downplaying him or trying to claim that he deserves to be fired or whatever the case may be, or he's been bad.
No, he doesn't need to be
fired. We need people who understand gamers in power, that get the fact that we have certain desires, wants that you have to cater to keep us involved. And I think that's where Phil comes into play, being that gamer / businessman that he is. He gets both sides and he keeps that balance. And that's why we need people like him in this industry, not just, as much as I do respect Jim Ryan and his business acumen, we don't need a bunch of Jim Ryans who seemingly, again, in his own words, thought that backwards compatibility and playing old games was stupid. Look, we don't need all those people running all the companies. We need some Phils around that understand what it means to be a gamer and why we enjoy this hobby so much and why it has grown to this point where you companies are making the billions of dollars that you are right now. That's the important piece.
Yeah, 100%. I can't agree any less. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I think that might end up being our last topic, unless there's something else that you want to touch on really quick here, Pong. I know I do have to get into helping do some moving today, but I guess with that, I mean, we've had a lot of passionate conversation with a lot of different angles, a lot of places I wasn't expecting to go. And again, I think that's one of the most unique things about what we do here, man. I'm going to say that at a week-to-week basis, because I don't know if there's newer listeners tuning in or who's coming in joining us live. Again, we are Living Splitscreen. We go live every Saturday, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. UK time. If you are here right now with us, please hit that like button, hit the bell notification. And look, it all helps us move through the algorithms so that we can get more attention to what we do here. Again, being a non-console centric platform, it allows us to cover everything that's going on within the industry, allows us to take many different angles. And not only that, allows us to stay true to ourselves, right? That's the main thing. And now, with that being said, I do think that this would be a perfect time for us to cut into our This Day in Gaming segment as we wrap up the show and everything. But I do want to shout out to everybody in our chat right now. Thank you for joining us live and coming through.
Fat Boy's disappointed. Only 3 hours and 45 minutes.
Look, they can't all be 4 hours, but look, you can definitely guarantee 3 at least.
Shout out to Kayasante for joining us too as well after their show this morning. I hope you guys had an awesome show over there. And Stanley Francois popping in the chat as well. Good to see you, brother. That's right. That's right.
Um,
No, this is a good spot to stop. Hey, just quick shout out too, though, just to let everybody know, for you guys that didn't hear, there is rumors of a new Mafia prequel coming. There's some changes at the top over at Hangar 13, which is the studio that develops. Some of the two main guys are leaving. But on top of that was this rumor that actually there is a prequel for Mafia. Mafia is a well-known franchise. A lot of people loved it. The remakes was absolutely phenomenal. I got to get back to playing them again. But we are getting a new Mafia. Also on Steel side of things, the rumor popped up again, a little bit more proof that the Last of Us remake again is coming, another one, which will probably bring in tow factions for Steel finally as well.
Oh my, look, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to touch this really quickly because this literally fucking eggs the shit out of me. Like, it literally does. I do not understand how you can promise a product to your consumer for your second game and you release it with your first game remastered. Why not redo the second game so more people can experience your second game again? Again, for marketing purposes, I understand it. You got a movie coming, well, you got a TV series coming out, excuse me. So you want people to experience that first game again. And let's be honest, the first game is definitely, in my opinion, because I played for the first game in totality, and we have seen what the second game has in store for it and what it entitles. I'm not going to speak on the second game and how it plays, but I will say the first game story is fucking magnificent. So cool, I feel you. But guess what? It's upsetting to me because I'm going to be paying $70 unless they release it on their service for a multiplayer game. Because I'm not playing that single player story again. I'm not doing it. I played it already. That's me.
I still think Factions has a chance as a standalone.
I hope it's
on their service.
I literally hope it's standalone.
Yeah.
Because I will have all the smoke for everybody that day. Oh, I'll have a lot of Sony smoke that day if it's included with the first Last of Us. If it's not standalone, oh my, I'm gonna go over the edge. Because Lord, again, like I've said here multiple times, for me it's just because I'm just super passionate about Factions. I really loved it. I am passionate about the first Last of Us and everything too. But it's just like, my God, dude, like, y'all can get away with this shit, but let Forge not be in the game. And let other games, not just that one, let other games be missing content that are multiplayer based or whatever the case. And oh my God, the world's going up in flames. But 2 years later, after your second game comes out, when there's supposed to be a multiplayer aspect to it, I'm never going to play Last of Us 2 now at this point. Because the multiplayer component was going to be the main reason that was going to pull me in. I don't care enough to play the second game. I don't. That's a me thing. So I mean, hey, to each their own. It's just it's insane to me, bro. Like I don't whatever.
I know.
If it works, it works. I understand it. The marketing, it's gonna do what it's supposed to do, and that's sell copies. It's gonna do astronomically, and if the multiplayer for it is over the top and they reinvigorate it and completely get everything moving in the right direction, especially in that new engine. I mean, in the updated engine, cool, man. Hey, it is what it is. But.
Yep. Shout out to Joe Dunmore showing up here as well. Always listen to behind the scenes. Shout out to brother Psychonauts in the house as well. Splendiferous, of course, showing up every week. And Victor Alistine, good to see you showing up here as well, sir. And yes, I was aware that Activision, it's not talked about a lot because the studio, again, what they did produce didn't hit for World of Warcraft and such. But I was aware that Activision Blizzard does actually have a movie animation studio attached to them as well, which is interesting. Again, one small studio like that, could Microsoft be moving in that direction? Steel and I have been, beating the drum that eventually they will move back into entertainment as a whole with movies and TVs. And I would love to see them pick up WB Discovery. I'm sure you all heard my rants on that. that I would make the move, all chips in, fight it in court, and be done with it. Because I do think they want to move in that direction eventually, and it's a great idea. So that is a little interesting tidbit that a lot of people do forget when discussing Activision Blizzard, just because there wasn't a whole lot of success out of it. But it is there, and it's headed up by former Disney people as well. So thank you for pointing that out, Victor, because a lot of people aren't aware.
Yeah, 100%. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I think that is definitely going to wrap up. No, I'm not down with the double standard. It's just fucking... Anyway, it's a completely different thing to get into. We're having no whole another hour conversation about it, because that's been my... I have such a gripe with Sony because of shit like this. It's fucking... It's like everybody ignores that conversation. And that really bothers me, man. Like, well, whatever. Right? You can speak on both sides. It's whatever. I'm not gonna go down that hill. It is what it is. With this being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into this day in gaming segment, because gaming should be treated as art. As we have all stated, and a shout out to the homie Everborn Saga for being the main ones who put that term together. I'm pretty sure there may have been others, but that's the main place that I get it from. He hasn't had it stated much since, but as a dev himself and also a creator of great art himself, I have to follow through with, because gaming is art and should be treated as such. So, or as Pong likes to say, it's just to make him feel old segment. Maybe it makes you guys feel old, but again, I like going back. It does. I like going back and looking at the older games just to kind of get an understanding and be quote unquote, let's say, grateful for where we at today. Because, ladies and gentlemen, when you think back some of these older games, you're like, I don't know how I played these, but let's get into it. All right, so this day in gaming, this is May 7th, and this is going to be your May 7th of 2022. So, starting in 2003, not going too far back today, so 2003, PC released Medieval Total War Viking Invasion. Didn't play that game, but all right. Then in 2004, PlayStation 2 released Transformers. I lightly remember that game, but I feel like it was a really good game.
It was.
Then in 2007, PC released Hacker Evolution. Okay.
Hacker Evolution. What the hell was that? Is it
just teaching you how to be a hacker? Probably. I don't know.
Maybe.
Let's see. Let's see what happens. It's a strategy real-time game. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Computer security.
Okay. That's awesome.
There you go. PSP, Land Fust of Troy in 2008.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Hopefully I said that name right. 2010, the DS released Pets Fantasy Sunshine Magic. There's some strange titles in this day in gaming, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what's going on here, but I guess it can't be perfect.
Pets, wasn't Pets like toy line too? Wasn't that stuffed
I think
animal?
so.
Like
Yeah. And yeah, number one handheld pet simulation brand. Yeah. 2014, PC released Tesla Effect, a Tex Murphy adventure. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Then in 2015, PC released Haunted Legends, The Dark Wishes.
No.
Oh, okay. See, people wonder why PC gaming can be questionable sometimes.
Bat and zeros. God, Tinder X. Hey, Tinder/X XYZ. I appreciate you dropping in here, but again, spam in the chat is
they're on their job.
So
they're on their job for sure.
I still appreciate you guys dropping in. I appreciate you dropping in. Go back and listen to the entire show, please.
Oh my God. All right. Then in 2015, PC, I said PC released Haunted Legends, but PlayStation 4 and Xbox One released Project Cars.
Project Cars.
It's a decent game, decent racing game.
Yeah, it's not bad. They're not bad. They've changed over the years, though.
Yeah, they have. 2016, PC released Country Life Survival RPG, Making Ends Meet in Japan. Oh, okay. Then in 2019,
is that like Farmers Only?
I guess so. Then in 2019, a dedicated console put out an arcade 1-up Mortal Kombat.
Oh, of course.
Okay. Then Nintendo Switch released European Conqueror X or 10. Then PlayStation 4 released For the King and Immortal Unchained Stormbreaker. Then the Nintendo Switch released Shakedown Hawaii.
What is this list?
What
is this? I've never heard it, bro.
I don't know.
I've never heard of it. Shakedown Hawaii. Okay.
They even got a trailer for it. Goodness.
Okay.
Oh, no, it's an ad. Okay. Shakedown Hawaii. Build your corporate empire and destroy the competition. It's a 16-bit open world. Okay.
What?
I don't know.
All you Switch fans, why haven't you been promoting Shakedown Hawaii? What's going on, man?
Yeah, that's funny as hell. Oh shit. Then in 2020, Nintendo Switch released 80s Overdrive. Then they released Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms, and then Relic Hunter Zero remakes. All right.
Hey. All right, Switch.
Then in 2021, PlayStation 4 released Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance. We had some fun with Dark Alliance. I think, I mean, wasn't as good as I wanted it to be. Again, some of the fears of them feeling like they're not a part of the world actually was kind of came to fruition.
I think Dark Alliance 2 is on its way as a remake too. Dark Alliance 2 was a great game on PS2. So nice. It was amazing. Yeah.
Then PlayStation 4 released Hood Outlaws and Legends, a game I feel like missed its opportunity.
We called it, Steel. We called it. I said that would be a test, man. That game deserved Game Pass, and without Game Pass, it could not get the audience.
And I actually think it was in PS Now too here recently. PS Now and PS Plus. I can't remember which one. I think it was part of one of their monthly things too here recently. So then well, go ahead, my fault.
No, I said too little, too late.
Oh yeah, too little, too late, 100%. Yep. Then in 2021, also PlayStation 4, Xbox Series X, Xbox One, and PlayStation 5 released. Oh, and PC, excuse me. Resident Evil Village. So, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that was your This Day in Gaming segment. Definitely an interesting one this week. Not a lot that to reminisce on or to remember on, but still interesting nonetheless. Again, always interesting to see the different games that came out. You know, in this
shout out to Shakedown Hawaii, man. I'm telling you, that sounds cool.
It's crazy. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you for joining us on episode 55 of Living Splitscreen. Again, man, 55 episodes into season 2, a third episode of season 2. Such a beautiful thing. Again, if you're listening on the audio side of things, if you have the opportunity to rate us, please do. Rate us accordingly. If we're 5 stars, great. If we're not, let us know where we can improve. Or if you're listening live, again, like, share, subscribe, hit the bell notification so you know when we go live. Again, with E3 coming, there might be some midweek drops that we end up being able to do. Maybe, who knows? I'm getting off a little bit later in the evening than I was previously, so it depends on how that's going to end up working in. But definitely believe that if there's an opportunity, you could definitely end up finding me on some of the things going on in the Fun Speculation Kingdom. If you guys want to check out that content, be on the lookout for that. Again, I got an open door policy, so I might come through and wreak some havoc in there. But other than that, again, great having you all in chat today. I just greatly appreciate you all for just being here and joining us. You guys could be many different places on a Saturday. You guys come here and rock with us and listen to us passionately talk, whether it's the whole time or whether you just get it in pieces and parts. Again, it's part of the reason why we do definitely try to make sure that the timestamps are there and everything. Because again, we don't expect for you to tune in for the full 4 hours. But if you can, or even if you can't, hopefully you can tune in some sections and get some good content in there. Again, I do believe that this is one of the only shows on YouTube where you get consistent, live, raw, uncut, authentic energy, passion throughout the entire show. It doesn't die. Actually, it feels like we're actually ramping up. You know what I mean? So, again, greatly appreciate it. And okay, Asante says, yes, great show, gents. We still have some unfinished business. Yes, we do. We got some things that we definitely will need to put together in the background. We'll definitely get to working on that. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, you can find me, Steel Rain I. Steel Rain I. The T is a 7. Everywhere there's a search bar. You type it in, you will find me. It's going to be Twitter, Xbox, PC, PlayStation. No matter what the ecosystem is, I Steel Rain I. The T is a 7. you will find me. Other than that, right here, as I said previously, Living Splitscreen, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, and 3 p.m. UK time every Saturday morning. We're like the new Saturday morning cartoons for you guys. And hopefully we can continue to bring that live, raw, and uncut energy that we do and have brought you 55 weeks going strong. So, Pong, lead the people to victory. Where can they find you? And much love to you, man, for being here with us. We're being here with me. Again, the journey has been nothing short of outstanding. It's still, to me, I feel like it's only the beginning. Hopefully you kind of feel the same as we continue to grow. And I think we're going to end up building a little empire here ourselves, man. I can't wait till we get some merch going. I think we're going to have some really good looking merch, especially with what we have available to us, but and designs and everything. But with that being said, lead the people to victory, man. Tell them about yourself.
Absolutely amazing show. Shout out Caitlin. I see you showing up here as well. Rescue Squad Pulp, always good to see you. Doom Reaper, all of you sitting in there. Thank you all for being here today. Absolutely freaking amazing show. And Steel, of course, all love, brother. You know what it is each and every week here. Even if we don't talk during the week outside of DMs, come here. It's just natural. It just flows. It's just you and me in the chat, and it's a great time. And like you said, we are looking to expand again. If I can get the hardware, computer side of things, figured out,
right,
which I'm working on currently. Definitely start seeing more content from me for sure. And Steel, we're going to get things together here. Yes, we are time constraint. With time constraints, it is tough, but we're going to do it. And hey, anybody out there, and I just saw Caitlin and she reminded me, keep your eye out at some point. Just give you guys a heads up. TikTok is going to be in play at some point here. That's right. The 100%. Old guy here is going to learn some new tricks. Again, I feel like I've turned in my dad by saying, again, I don't get TikTok. I get it, but I don't get TikTok. So we're going to learn some new tricks, but Steel and I are going to be expanding out, trying to get our reach further and further. So
100%.
On the lookout for that as well. But we appreciate every single one of you for showing up each and every week. And, again, this show is something that Steel and I believe in, that we love. We love this community. We love what we're building here, even as a once a week show only. This is something special. And we're going to continue to do it. And we're going to continue to push our content and try to do more. But we love you all and nothing but respect. So find me, Pong Soul, on Xbox, on Twitter. Guys know the drill right there. Of course, tonight, the shop podcast, PTK Blam's channel. Again, been seeing some new faces pop up. Like to see some more over there. PTK Blam is one of the OGs in this community, doing it for over 6 years. Again, it's just a great show. Just turn this on in the background and listen to what we got to say. It's myself, PTK Blam, of course, Fuzzy Belvedere, who is now basically a part of the he is a part of the Fun Speculation family as well. And then tonight we're also going to have Lore Master Jasper on, who is part of the Fun Speculation family. Love that kid. He is a kid. He's even younger than Steel, for God's sakes. But it's always a good time to have him on. So check out the Shop Podcast, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. Next week, of course, Xbox Factor podcast on Tuesday. Don't think I'm going to be there this week, but you got to go check it out. Mr. Boomstick, Double Barrel Gaming. I know he's listening to us, maybe not live, but while he's doing his chores for the next few days. Boom. Shout out to you, brother. One of the best in the community.
Love,
Xbox Factor podcast, always on Tuesdays. Everything good, green that you want to hear is going to be there. 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Mav when he can be there. Boxenberger when he can be there. Hey, quick special shout out to Boxenberger too. I don't know if y'all ever listened to this, but
yes,
hey,
please.
Everybody, keep his little box. One of his little ones. Yeah, I know, pause, right? But not really. Little box. One of his little ones. They were on vacation, fell out of a tree. He posted this publicly, broke his arm really bad, like 3.5 hour surgery yesterday, going to need a follow-up surgery. So keep little Boxenbergers in your thoughts and prayers, because that's tough, man. He's 5 years old, man. Bro, they're resilient.
He's
it's
young,
good to happen now.
Yeah,
but it's still, that's traumatic, man. So keep them in his prayers. VJ is also there. And of course, N64 Josh, another just cool dude, different perspective, comes more from a Nintendo side of things, but also enjoys Xbox. Really good dude. Check out Xbox Factor podcast Tuesdays, Thursday, PM in the PM, Pong and Mav in the PM worldwide. We got worldwide credibility now because we got spread everywhere thanks to Randall Thor dropping a little golden nugget. Kind of crazy what happened over there. But that happens on Thursday nights. We had Steel. We had Randall Thor a couple weeks ago. And then we had CMBR Ray, otherwise known as Lil Ray this week. Go check that out. Again, investing background. That's what he does for a living. Money man, numbers game. On point, right? We had some really good discussions about all these acquisitions, about all this stuff on Thursday night. So check out PM in the PM on Fun Speculations channel, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. Pong and Mav in the PM. We will be there. Who knows what's going to happen this coming week, but we will be discussing it there. And then back on Fun Speculations channel for Xbox Ultimate Friday nights. I'm usually late there now because of work, but I do show up. Last night was crazy. We had Dirt Griggity on, and then all of a sudden Forte showed up because he couldn't log into Xbox Live because Xbox was down. So he had nothing going on. So he jumped in as well. Awesome show last night, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. Again, Fun Speculations channel. And like Steele said, as we get closer to showcase time, be on the lookout. We're going to have some mashups going on. Going to have some stuff going on, especially coming up to that weekend there for sure. You will definitely find me and Steele lots of places, including right back here on Living Splitscreen every Saturday. But keep your eyes open, man. This is the good time. This is Christmas for gamers, man. We're coming in to the fun time. This second half of the year is going to be phenomenal when it comes to gaming. So keep your eyes and ears open. Otherwise, it is the golden age of gaming, people. Get out there this weekend and enjoy what is happening. There is so much to play right now, more coming. Play what you love what you play. Let no one take away that hype, that energy, that live, raw, and uncut passion for gaming. Let nobody steal it. Keep those energy demons at bay. Mute, block, whatever you got to do. Love you all. Talk to you all real soon. Have a great rest of your weekend, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, much love. Y'all stay easy. Let the guys walk with you, and hopefully you have a fantastic rest of your weekend and a great start to your week next week. And we'll catch you on episode 56 of the Living Splitscreen Morning Show. And guys, peace. Hey, and P.S. Thank you for sitting through our technical difficulties.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Zoom. Thanks, Zoom. No, thank you all for being patient with us through that.
Y'all have much love. See y'all. Peace.